Alright, so here we go. Anyway. Been doing a lot of other stuff. I don't know. Kind of blew through a whole weekend without accomplishing a lot, really. But, you know, when you don't feel like it, you don't feel like it. And I caught up in other stuff, so time to get back to this. I feel like we're, coming really close to the ending of the game. I'd be really shocked if we get through day 12. I mean, I was thinking day 10 might be the end, but yeah, it's hard to say. So, the estate was our playground back then. Oh, we're even going into this backstory? Oh, sheesh. A forest as deep and vast as the ocean. A house that looked more like a castle. Each day a new adventure would unfold in our kingdom. There was so much to explore. Every day was fun. We had no idea that we'd ever grow up. Doing the same thing day in and day out, but never getting bored. We were just children, playing and yelling like puppies. We got along well. We were regular partners in crime. Akiha was always there when I looked for her. I would wave at her, and she'd get all embarrassed and hide. Why? She'd get embarrassed about her brother, really? Yeah, the same as always. We got tea today. This is the anti-British tea, where we just guzzle it down. The estate was our playground back then. The forces. What the fuck is happening? What? Did it just go backwards? Wait. Okay, looked more like a castle. There was so much to explore. I don't know why it repeated itself. That was weird. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why. Wait. Okay, yeah, whatever. Awake from a peaceful slumber, the morning light pulled me from my deep sleep. My dream. I feel like I dreamed of something from a long time ago. Ugh, those horrendous things salt my vision when I open my eyes. My head feels like it's going to split open at the temples. It's a clear day. The sun bathes the garden in such a vivid light that I can't even spot it from my bedroom. Rays of aching, bright sunlight illuminate every nook and cranny of my surroundings. My glasses. I try to extend my hand to them from beside my pillow, but notice something strange. There's no sensation in my arms or legs. I can clearly think of what I want them to do, but the signal doesn't seem to reach. It's like I've got locked-in syndrome. Yeah, I was gonna say. I suffer the time in silence, unable to even close my eyelids. The sunlight begins to soften. Feeling returns to my arms and legs. Taking a deep breath, I finally manage to get my glasses to see away that sight. That was weird. Exhaling, I free myself from the bed's confines at last. That was nothing of note. It happened all the time during my stay in the hospital. Your stay in the hospital was 7 years ago, dude. That is something of note. That one thing that has only happened 7 years ago, it happened again. Well, that's nothing special. Like, what? Whenever I was exhausted, my vision would go blurry and my limbs would become paralyzed. My appetite would totally disappear too. When you're exhausted, you feel like not eating. Okay. This is just what happens if I spend too much time looking at things with my naked eyes. I think I could see them more clearly than I used to. The lines on buildings have always seemed thin to me. It's rare for them to be that distinct. What was once just a lingering headache now feels like I took a bullet to the brain. I remember what Master once told me. She said my eyes could end up attracting unpleasant things. Arcueid also said not to use my eyes too much, that doing so would destroy my mind. This is what I get for involving myself with vampires. Not only do I have to face danger when I fight them, but now I've invited danger into my everyday life. Though there is no use dwelling on it, I knew this was going to happen when I decided to help Arcueid. Sitting around and doing nothing wouldn't be productive anyway. There's no stopping until Soya is free of vampires. I'm only helping her because I want to protect Akiha and the other people I care about. I quickly get out of bed, trying to clear my head of any unpleasant thoughts. I should get changed and thank Hisui for class. Huh? Come to think of it, Hisui isn't here. It's a little after 7. Hisui would usually be here to wake me up. But my theory is swiftly rebuked when I notice there's a change of clothes prepared on my desk. Maybe she had something more important to do. I'm curious about what might have diverted her attention, but it's really none of my business. There's not much time to spare, so I'll just get into my new uniform and head downstairs. I assumed there was going to be a person here. Memories of yesterday's events hit me the moment I opened the door. Sometimes I amaze even myself. The fact that I managed to forget all about something as disastrous as yesterday has me genuinely concerned for my own well-being. The worries about my mental health can wait until after surviving what comes next. I stand there at the open door, frozen like a sculpture and unable to venture inside. Meanwhile, in the parlor, Akiha is seated on the sofa, just like she was last night. Kohaku is standing behind her as usual. Up until now, Akiha has always greeted me with a "Good morning, Shiki," but today she won't even look in my direction. Needless to say, this is all because I left last night without explaining anything about Arcueid. It almost looks like she's just lounging, but animosity is radiating from her every pore. You could cut the tension with a knife. Guess Kohaku doesn't have to worry about any of this. I return Kohaku's greeting and enter the parlor properly. Akiha side-eyes me as I timidly cross the room. Can't let myself cave to her silent intimidation. I mean, you could just explain yourself, but okay, sure. It's times like these when a person's resourcefulness is truly put to the test. Greet her with plenty of cheer. Just say hi, apologize immediately. I mean, unfortunately, the way that Shiki works, like, sure, you can apologize, but he's just so weird. He'll just apologize and not even be like, well, but I didn't do anything wrong, though. But yeah, I'll apologize, I guess. And it's like, what the heck? Yeah, how about don't just ignore what you did yesterday? Like, it would have been really easy for him to actually just explain that she's just a friend that he has to help, resolve her issues or whatever. I mean, I'm not saying it'd be a good explanation, but it'd be something. Doubt I'm going to be able to talk my way out of this one. Has he ever talked his way out of any of these conversations? Anything I say is likely to just pour gasoline on the fire. My only option is to apologize as quickly and sincerely as I can. Better to say sorry before she can start grilling me. Don't say anything, right? Akira cuts me off, her voice cold enough to send shivers up my spine. I don't know what that means. Yeah, he knows. Well, by saying that, you're almost trying to tell him, just do whatever you want and never apologize for anything, and you'll never get punished or something. I don't know. Something stupid like that. Force her, more like allow her. Just look at that wicked smile on her face. If I can't apologize, then all that's left is for me to perish. Time to get out before she kills me. What a great decision. What great choices in this game. I need to retreat. My feet stop dead in their tracks at Akiha's glacial tone. Well, you're the one that doesn't want me to talk.
ソファーに座ってください。
Her tone makes it apparent that resistance is futile. I've dug my own grave somehow, and I do believe this may be my last day on Earth. Now that flight is off the table, my only option is to fight.
わかった。できる限り手短に頼む。
Let's make this quick. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. That ends up making it sound like he, like, literally doesn't think he did anything wrong. I quietly sit down on the sofa across from Akiha. Kohaku brings the tea, giving off a positive vibe, helps me cheer me on just a tad. Akiha may be the head of the family, but she's still my little sister. I don't think this will be totally one-sided. Take a sip of my tea, meet Arcueid gaze.
どんな話？
昨夜の女性と成功なされたのですか？
I mean, he literally left at like 7 or 8 or whatever, and then just didn't come back till like midnight or something. And also, like, clearly he didn't know her till recently and all that. Anyway, whatever. Yeesh, I'm lucky I didn't burn myself. Akiha's first pitch was unbelievably fast. I thought I was going to choke on my tea.
兄さん、私の話を聞いてます？
聞いてるよ。よく聞こえてる。
それでは答えてください。昨夜の女性についてできる限り正確に、嘘偽りなく、私を決して怒らせない範囲で。
Tell me the truth, but tread carefully. What?
その条件だと何も口にすることができない。
私を怒らせないでと忠告したはずですが。
Wait, so that was a warning, obviously.
いや、無理難題の匂いがプンプンしてきたな。
なんです？声が小さくて聞こえません。もっとはっきりおっしゃってください。一体あの女の方は兄さんにとってどのような方なんですか？
どうと言われても協力関係というか友達のようなものという。
夜中に出かけるほどのご友人なんですね。ええ、私だって兄さんが将来どなたと関係を持とうと意見する気はありませんけど、兄さんはまだ学生でしょ。
So he's gonna say that he owes her this time or no?
遠野家の長男がどこのものともわからない女性と夜な夜な相引きをしているだなんて、そんな恥知らずなことは慎むべきではないでしょうか。
So that's what my relationship with Arcueid looks like to her.
待て、アキハ。まず初めに言っておくと、俺とあいつはそういう関係じゃない。俺はあいつの探し物に手を貸してるだけで、用が済んでしまえばもう二度と会わない関係なんだよ。
その割には随分と親しそうでしたけど、それは私の気のせいだと言うんですね、兄さんは。あの方とはあくまで一時的な損得だけの関係だと。
Akiha's gaze is ice cold. All I'd have to do is say yes, and that would be the end of this conversation. But something is holding me back. Because I'm in the Arcueid route. Maybe. It's true that we're both getting something out of our partnership, but I also don't want to admit that's all there is to it.
それは親しくはないけど、損得だけで手を貸してるわけじゃないというか。
でしょうね。今まで見たこともないほどの慌てようでしたから。何事も真剣になってくれない兄さんが感情をあらわにするなんて、どういう風の吹き回しかと疑ったほどです。
I mean, he was just embarrassed for her, that's all, really.
そこまで慌ててないし、薄情でもない。あいつがうちに来るなんて思ってもいなかったから驚いただけだ。
Then you were flustered.
そうですか。あの女の方は落ち着いた様子で兄さんのことをずっと待っていましたけど。
She gives me a sidelong glance, obviously trying to imply something. It looks like Akiha is fully convinced that Arcueid and I are dating.
あのな、アキハ。簡 違いのそこまでにしてくれ。そもそも俺とあいつが知り合ったのは
Because I killed her. I stopped myself before the truth slips out. There's no reason for Arcueid to know, and it's not like she'd believe me anyway. Though I also can't think of another explanation. All I can manage is some half-hearted mumbling.
答えられないのでしたら質問を変えましょうか。先ほどから兄さんはあいつあいつと繰り返していますが、あの女性のお名前は？
Okay.
名前はアルクエイドだけど。
そうですか。ということはお知り合いになったのは学校ではありませんね。兄さんの
Arcueid's right, we don't have any exchange students. But why does she even know that?
それで兄さんはあのような方と一体どこで
Just
知
the
り合った
street
んです？
in her apartment.
街で知り合ったんだよ。その偶然。
偶然ですか。ではアルクエイドさんの方から声をかけてきたんですね。
ああ、いや、声をかけたのは俺の方だけど。
It's a little, man. The volume seems a little. I mean, I did this last time, but it's just like the. Yeah, let's lower the volume to like 70. Hopefully. Voices. Yeah, I'd have to increase the voices of everybody. Does this have spoilers in it? There's spoilers for characters down here. I mean, I don't think I know who Ando is. Well, no, Ando was talking to Mario. Wait, no, sorry, Carius was talking to Mario. I don't know who Ando is, as far as I can think. Yeah, okay, there's no spoilers here. Okay. Are there any, like, I was just wondering, like, is there any, like, who are you type of people? But no, I don't think so. Yeah. Side effects. System effect. Hopefully this is good. If by initiated contact you mean murdered in cold blood, she tracked me down after that, but I'm the one who started it.
どうして声をかけたんです？兄さんはアルクエイドさんとは何もないのに、それとも初めはそういうおつもりだったんですか
Arcueid's interrogation is mercilessly precise. With every question, she's closing in on the truth. Not she isn't. The truth that I just randomly killed this girl, or the truth that what? She's got me like a deer in headlights, and if this goes any further, I won't be able to lie my way out of it. It sucks to do it this way, but I don't have any other choice. I have to end this in whatever way I can, which means I'm gonna actually say that we're dating, I guess. Because that's the only option, I guess.
もうとにかくあいつとは何でもない。大体な、俺が何をしようがアキハには関係ないだろ。どうせ形だけの長男なんだから、誰と付き合ったところで遠野家に迷惑はかけないはずだ。
I'm always really confused about how he views himself, because it's like I'm not part of the family. It's like, isn't his last name Tono? If your last name's Tono, you're part of the family. Or maybe like he didn't realize that coming back to the house meant that he is part of the family now, or something. It's cowardly to use being disowned as my argument, because did you not realize that you were undisowned? But I can't think of another way to get Arcueid to back off. Arcueid narrows her eyes for a moment, then takes a deep breath as she stands. That's weird. I was expecting another sharp-tongued retort, but instead she looks away. Yeah, well, yeah. It's really weird that you're going like, yeah, I was disowned. And it's like, the person who disowned you is dead. And then, like, the fact that you're in the house means you're not disowned. Yet the fact that you said that means you believe you are disowned. So, you know?
私だって こんなことは言いたくありません。ただあの人は嫌な感じがするんです。他の相手なら仕方がないと諦めます。けれど兄さんがあの人に気を許すのなら、なんだか私がバカみたいじゃないですか。
Basically, she doesn't like how straightforward she is. Like, she's someone who doesn't lie. I hate that. Or who's overly open or whatever. For some reason, Akiha bites her lip in frustration as she speaks.
どうしたんだアキハ。なんかおかしいぞお前。
もういいです。兄さんは兄さんのなさりたいようご自由になさってください。
So apparently this is supposed to mean, though, that he is disowned. So that's weird. Akiha exits the parlor with uncharacteristically heavy steps.
もう四季さん、今のはひどいですよ。
Look, he basically just told her, we're not related anyway, or I'm not, you know, like, do you want to be, like, it's very confusing to be like, I'm disowned, so my life doesn't matter, and it's like, she literally told you to come back to the house to live with her, and kicked everybody out, so that she could be with you. I mean, that's like the most basic thing ever. Like, I don't know what more is going on, but like, on a basic level, that kind of implies that she wants to have like a normal relationship with you, and you're being like, I'm gonna do whatever I want and I'm not gonna explain anything about what I do. Like, okay, I mean, sure, you can do that, but like, why can't you just relax, you know?
アキハ様がおかわいそうです。恋人を連れてくるのでしたら、もっと普通の人を連れてきてあげてくださいな。
I wonder what she did that was so not normal. I mean, she actually seems fairly normal-ish. I mean, it depends what she was doing. She's unpredictable. I suppose in that way she's not normal. And she's a foreigner, so I guess she's not normal for that reason. But like, for instance, if Ciel showed up, would we call her normal? I don't know if I'd call her normal either. I don't know. It depends what you mean by normal. I wouldn't call Kohaku normal.
そうすれば、アキハ様も納得してくださったでしょうに。
Kohaku heaves a heavy sigh and chases after Akiha. But also that's like implying that he is dating, or they believe that he is dating. What's going on with Hisui? They didn't even explain anything about Hisui. Hisui sees me off when I leave the mansion. I'm a little worried about Akiha, but I don't think running after her would have helped, considering the root of her anger is Arcueid. Though I feel bad, it'll have to wait until this vampire business is over.
でもどうだろう。考えたこともなかったけど。
Is telling her everything an option? She may not believe me, but maybe I should tell her about the vampires. They do endanger all of Soya, after all. You already did that. I know canonically that seemingly didn't happen, but I did do that. Maybe I could say it's just something... Whatever. Take my phone out of my pocket as I walk. It wouldn't make for the most credible source, but I could write everything I know on some message board. Any interpretation would be up to the reader. Yelling at people to try to get them to believe you will only have their opposite effect, but if it's on the net, it may at least reach urban legend status. Something I always think of in this game, but obviously I'm thinking too much, is that we never hear how he's charging his phone. So it's really weird. It's like, okay, well, sure, he's not using it much, but he'd still have to recharge it every, like, 3 days or something. But, again, this story was originally made without cell phones, so, yeah.
もしもし、そこの君、ちょっと。
I stop, turning around. There's a sharp-dressed man I've never seen before. Okay, good, because, yeah, I didn't know this guy either.
俺のことですか？うん、君。 だって君以外にこんな道歩いてる子いないでしょ。
He's got a point. At most, the road leading up to the Tono mansion may see a couple cars passing by from time to time, but the only ones actually walking the street are probably me and other housekeepers.
それでさ、君さ、今この家から出てきたよね。もしかして中で働いている使用人さんの子かな。ならラッキーだよ。すごくラッキー。あ、俺じゃなくて君がね。お小遣い欲しくない？遠野家の人の話とかちょっと知りたいんだよね。
So I know he's not gonna do it, but I wish he was like, yeah, sure, and then like he asks some questions, and then you give some bullshit responses, and then he pays you, and it's like, yeah, whatever. Thanks for the money, dumbass. But yeah, I mean, Shiki's just gonna be like, well, okay, well, let's see what this is. I keep my distance. It's not because his overly casual way of talking bothers me. I mean, he feels like a cop for some reason, but whatever. I'm actually more scared of just how serious he is. It's like every word is carefully crafted to ensure I'll let down my guard. If you say so. Really? He's trying to let down your guard? I mean, this guy's like, oh, you just came out of that house. Will you give me information? Like, what part of that sounds like like he's letting your guard down? Like, ooh, I'm being nice. Like, what? Sounds like you're just trying to steal information. Sounds illegal immediately to me.
まあ野じ馬なんだけど、ちゃんと報酬弾むよ。特に知りたいのは、ほら、最近帰ってきたっていう長男の話。来たばっかりで写真資料もなくてさ、どんな外見なのか、好きな食べ物とか好きな女の子のタイプとか、ぶっちゃけ何に弱いのか教え。
The man hops from side to side holding his crotch.
そこの抜けた鍋かてね。どう見てもそいつが党の指揮じゃねえか。
Yeah, weird. So he was a cop. How does Mario come into this? Like, okay, I believe he's a bishop in the church. I don't know what that means, really. I just know he's a bishop in the church. I don't know, you know, we'll ignore the age part, but like, why would he be trying to learn more about the Tonos, you know? There's a child with him? Behind the man is a boy who looks about 12. Must be the one who kicked him in the balls.
マジっすか。全くブルジョワの匂いがしませんよね。
I wouldn't really. I mean, so apparently he knows nothing about me. he should have known that I was kicked out of the family and then came back. So you know, but bourgeoisie, okay, whatever, upper class, slightest bit upper class. But I mean, Akiha doesn't look, but she would act upper class, I guess. But she doesn't look upper class really. But I don't know. I guess she's wearing a dress or. I don't know, maybe there's something I can't tell. I don't know.
どんな匂いだそれ。金に匂いなんてねえだろ。それとも手垢の匂いってことか。金持ちはどいつもこいつも赤だらけってか。
I mean, Mario probably has money and he doesn't look rich.
いえ、違います。成金だけ、一部の成金だけですってば。ほら、一日の半分を金勘定で浪費する氷菓子みたいな。
Well, I'm not nouveau rich. I'm nouveau rich means you're new rich, but I'm old money. Shiki is old money. Whatever, ignore this guy, I guess.
そりゃうちのジジイのことか。上司批判とは随分太いな、安藤。
What is happening? Maybe I should call the cops.
ああ、そこ無言で110番コールしない。なんで今時の若い子はドライに無駄なことばっかりするかな。
Okay, did you like actually read his mind? I look up from my phone already halfway through dialing the number to call the authorities. The man is holding out a black ID. It may be my first time ever seeing one, but I still recognize it as a badge.
警察手帳ってもしかして刑事さん?
Like he didn't even like you would think the first thing he would say would be, "Hello, I'm a cop," but instead he's like, "Hello, give me information about this random house, please." Like what?
そうだよ。怪しいもんじゃないよ。
We're gonna ignore everything this guy says.
昨日から門前払いでさ。
Yeah. Why would they let you inside? For what? What possible reason?
こっちはちょっと話を聞きたいだけなのに、アポ取れって一点張りでさ。なんで
I've
仕方
never
な
seen a
く
more
国
suspicious
道で張り
detective
込
in
み
my
してた
life.
わけ。
Still, though, regardless of whether that badge is real or not, I'd like to know more about why he's been staking out my house. What should I do? I mean, I don't really see... I'm very confused. Okay. To be fair, they might have... Maybe they traced Arcueid to this house. Maybe. I mean, these guys might be bad news, but it doesn't change the fact that they're going to be sitting outside your house for a while. Whatever. What do you want? I'll try to figure out what they're doing. Unless I find out what they're after, I won't know how to deal with them.
俺でよければ話ぐらいは聞きますけど、要件は何ですか？北口駅前の火災のことだよ。ほら、当日と翌日まで現場を仕切ってた警備会社、お宅の子会社でしょ。もう引き上げちゃったけど、当日の責任者と話をしたいんだよね。連絡先とかわかる？
What? What? Now I'm more confused. Huh. What? Like, okay, so, yeah, we don't know anything about the security force. I thought it was their security force. And, yeah, we don't have a phone number, but, I mean, this obviously isn't directly connected to Akiha. I think this has more to do with... I would think it has more to do with all that property actually being belonging to the Tonos. But it's weird because supernatural stuff is involved. So it could just be like mages taking care of their own business. But I don't know. I don't know how mages are connected to vampires at this point in the story. I would always think, oh, the church deals with vampires and the mages deal with mage stuff unrelated to vampires. But I'm probably wrong.
そうだったんですか。それは知りませんでした。ですので、俺には分かりかねます。何？長男なのに知らないの？そりゃ困った。やっぱり妹さんの方が実権握ってるわけ？
How is it rumors? You would think this would be like open information, considering that she's literally running everything.
どうしてそんな話を？口頭無形だとは思いますけど、あの火災の原因は東のグループの過失だとでも？そんな方針は持ってない。ありゃどっから見ても自然発火だし。問題は別っていうか、お家の人ならバラしてもいいか。もう知ってるだろうしね。
You probably already know, if you say so.
昨日さ、地下陥没の瓦礫の下からちょっと良くないというか、意味わかんないもんが出てきてね。鑑識もお手上げ状態でさ。あの土地だって遠野の持ち物でしょ。
Okay, unsurprisingly, they do own the land. But it's weird to say that something weird was found in the rubble, but then we had the Tono guards around it, so how did anybody even know what was found in the rubble?
記録だと10年くらい前に遠野牧久が相場を上回る高額で買い取ったとある。
Well, I think that has more to do with profits in that area.
そのあたりの事情聞きたいんだよね。なんで駅前の一等地を買っておいて応援になんかしちゃったのかなとか。
Or not. Okay, I don't know.
俺には何とも。牧久は亡くなりましたので。話はそれだけですか？いや、妹さんに取り継いでくれないの？ちゃんと身分と目的話したよね。あいにく妹は忙しい身なのでお引き取りください。話がしたいのならしかるべき手続きをしてからどうぞ。
I turn on my heel and start down the hill. Now I know what they're after. Well, I don't know the details. There's no way I'm letting such a shady detective meet with Sakiha. A higher pitched voice calls out to me. was planning on ignoring him since he's with that weird detective, but something about the boy's voice makes me hesitate.
正義感も結構だが、分をわきまえな。人間らしい死に方をしたいんだろう。この辺りが引き際だぜ。
I wonder what that means. No idea.
なんだって。
That gets me to stop and look back. Did he say a human's death?
何が言いたいんだ。
What are you trying to say?
言いたいことは今ので全部だ、マヌケ。これで聞かなきゃ勝手に死んでな。ほら、帰るぞ、アンド。いい加減食事時だ。ケーキ食わせろ、ケーキ。チーズと蜂蜜たっぷりなやつな。
仰せのままに。なんで俺、日本に来てまでボンボンのおもりしてんだろうな。
A strange pair get into a car parked alongside the road and drive down towards the station. Looks like the mansion was under police surveillance. And they said something about the land north of the station being owned by the Tonu family?
いや、ただの偶然だ。
I mean, how could it not be a coincidence? It has to be. The only reason that place collapsed is because Arcueid acted before thinking. There's no connection between what happened near the station and who owns the land. Right? Yeah, like how could it be connected? I gulped down the apprehension rising in my throat. Pulling myself together, I began my long descent. Though it would be funny if Arcueid somehow knew his father, but that just feels like a cosmic coincidence. These details just feel like kind of meaningless, weirdly. The rest of my day has been normal so far. It's fourth period, social studies. Our teacher recites dry textbook material. As I listen to the lecture, I take full advantage of my window seat and stare at my reflection. I can't focus. It's not that the lesson is boring. I just can't wrap my head around everything that's happened outside of school. A fire that claimed so many lives. A vampire terrorizing our home. How can I sit in class while knowing the truth about all this? So the answer is obvious. I'm abnormal. Most people would either lock themselves in their homes or run away. Yet here I am, still trying to have a normal life. Trying to convince myself that vampires aren't worth giving up the life I've led up until now. But the truth is, I'd feel guilty giving this up. It makes me think about that conversation I had with Goto Saiki. To put it in his terms, education is an investment in one's future. Abandoning the future for a little safety now would be getting my priorities backwards. Besides, I'm living on the Tono family's dime. I owe it to them to at least show up to school. It's not just my duty, it's my obligation, he says, even though he literally skipped like basically 2 days of school already, but okay. I don't know if I'm being overly compliant or stubborn, or just stupid. Master told me to become a person who does what he thinks is right. I intend to follow her advice. Having a normal life like this is part of that too. I squint my eyes at the sun filtering through the window. There's only 20 minutes left till the end of fourth period. Fifth period will be my last class for today. Huh? That's weird. My thoughts drift to how I'll be working with Arcueid again once night falls. The face in the window's reflection smiles back at me. I wipe the stupid grin off my face. Our nighttime patrols aren't for fun, so why am I smiling like an idiot? Is she literally walking outside? There's got to be a limit to my daydreaming. I've even started hallucinating about her now. I can practically see her gracefully crossing the schoolyard. Wait, are you freaking kidding me? I lean over a little to get a better look, careful not to interrupt class, even though we just heard the desk or the chair just get blown away, or to be noticed for that matter. Please tell me my eyes are playing tricks on me. And just waves at you. Nope, not a hallucination. Regrettably, I'm still sane. Any way you cut it, this is reality. So the question becomes whether that damn vampire has gotten completely bonkers. What am I supposed to do? What is she planning? Will my school life be able to survive if I leave her unsupervised? Deep breaths. Calm down. Everything's okay. The other students haven't noticed, and I don't hear any nearby classes making a fuss. Thankfully, it looks like she's only visible from this classroom somehow. This goddamn weapon of mass destruction. Cradling my head, I curse her with all my heart. But that isn't going to help me fix this mess. There's 20 minutes until lunch. I can't even imagine the chaos she could wreak with that much time on her hands. Okay, I have no idea here. Ignore. I'll just ignore her. I'll pretend to sleep on my desk so she won't notice I'm here. Ignore reality. Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Mamiya. Even if the fate of Earth and humanity depended on this social studies class, I still wouldn't be able to respond. "20 minutes later, class ends without any major incidents. At the cost of my participation grade, there's a participation grade in Japan. The school has been saved from Hurricane Arcueid." Okay. Find Arihiko in the classroom after I get back from lunch. After lunch? Wait, so he didn't go looking for her during lunch? Okay, whatever. He wasn't here in the morning, so I'm guessing he just came to eat. Arihiko's got no shame even when he comes unfashionably late. If rumors of Arcueid had spread throughout the school, then this guy would have definitely given me hell. I'm lucky that Arcueid actually went home. Arihiko chatters away as he walks over to his desk and right past it towards the class's rear exit. This guy's actually gonna eat lunch and then dip. What the fuck? Sounds like you're gonna go die, but alright. Arihiko heads for the door with a grin. Before he leaves... I throw out the question on a whim. 北口デパート並みにヤバめなスポットなんてそうそうねえぞ。強いて言うならあれか？伏塚の廃病院じゃねえか？2年前までヤンキーどもの集会場になってたものの、今じゃ誰も寄りつかなくなったっていう。櫛塚って二駅隣のか。でも廃墟が物騒なのは当然というか、普通誰も寄りつかないだろう。いやだからさ、誰もいなくなったんだよ。ある日を境にぱったりと、そのヤンキーどもの姿がな。I kind of doubt that something that obvious is actually true. ま、こっちは階段レベルの話で、北口みたいな暴力沙汰じゃねえけどな。今じゃ不老者も住み着かない行政の不良債権みたいな場所だよ。Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Our homeroom class, sorry, is having a surprisingly difficult time deciding what to do for the school festival next month. Turns out that the girls and boys are split, so we decide to delay our decision to next week. After school activities are cancelled. Why? And all students are leaving early. Oh, right, the vampire stuff. Or murders. Well then, there's no point in spacing out in the classroom. What should I do? Check out. This sounds like a good way to die. This is tempting. Just because of how, like, out of the blue it is. Go to the abandoned hospital where you'll probably die, or go back to the mansion and just, you know, just wait for Arcueid. We're going to the hospital, guys! Let's go! Hospital in Kushizuka, huh? I think I'll check it out. Not because Arcueid sparked my motivation or anything, but because I might as well look into some of the most suspect locations during daytime. It's 2 stations away, so it's probably nothing, but it's not like I have anything else to do until night falls. Meanwhile, the other decision was prepare for Arcueid, and it's like, huh? I thought you just said that you have nothing else to do, though. It's a 20-minute bus ride from the terminal at Kushizuka Station. The hospital is then another 20-minute walk away from the nearest bus stop. My destination is in the middle of an industrial district. It's dead quiet out here. This is bullshit. It's a fucking hospital. What do you mean a hospital was in the middle of an industrial district? And why would it be so out of the way when it's a hospital? This just like sounds like generic haunted house crap. Normally I wouldn't think of this, but like, what? The hospital is out of town completely? Like, what? I can see how spacious it is even from outside the gate. Okay, so it looks like it's collapsing a little. It must have been quite a large hospital before it got closed down. What do you mean must have been quite large? You can see how big it is right now. Weeds have taken root in the cracks of the asphalt. One of the wards is falling apart. Was that damage caused by a fire? If it was, the difference between the damaged and undamaged areas is a little too extreme. The sky is so high here. There are no tall buildings on the horizon, allowing the blue expanse to stretch into infinity. It's later in the afternoon, but the clear sky is so bright and vivid it makes my eyes hurt. The barbed wire is nothing to my knife. My entry goes without a hitch, though I don't notice anything unusual. Literally anybody in the hospital can see right now, but okay. I brace myself and remove my glasses, but there isn't anything like the jumble of lines I saw in the zombie the other day. This place is just some abandoned ruin. In the end, it was a waste of time to come here, but I guess that's how investigating goes sometimes. I head back to the entrance and check the bus schedule on my phone. There's a bus in 10 minutes. I should be able to catch it if I run. I sigh in annoyance as I pass through the entrance, deciding that I'll make a dash for it. And then I die. No. Okay, that was surprising. I arrive back at the mansion. The sun still hasn't set, which means Akiha likely isn't home yet. Is that how that works? I don't think that's quite how that works. She told him to be home before sunset, not that she returns by sunset. Or maybe it was mentioned at one point, I guess. But so if he actually goes in before sunset here, this is literally the first time he's ever done that. That's how bad this is. How stupid it is that he's like, oh right, I'm supposed to be here before like 6 p.m. This would be far from the first time I've pissed her off, of course. I've been nothing but trouble since I came back. I'd like to tell her what's going on, but there's no way she'd believe this vampire stuff. Guess there's nothing left except to keep playing the part of the good-for-nothing brother. I mean, you still returned before sundown, so that's nice. So does she just wait here literally constantly?
ご夕食は四季様お
Of
一人で
course.
済
The
ませるよ
one
う
time I came
お尋
home
かっており
early,
ます
she comes home late. Huh. I wanted to at least give some kind of excuse for before. I'll just head back to my room and rest
四
then.
季様
何翡翠
Hisui casts a fleeting glance over the lobby before continuing.
つかぬことをお伺いしますが四季様は今夜もお出かけになるのでしょうか
Hisui looks me straight in the eye. She's seen right through my plan, though that doesn't surprise me. What a weird thing to say. But it also is funny because if you think back to when he was a little kid, apparently this is just like what he would do when he was little, kind of. Just, yeah, he just sneaks out all the time, anyway. But I suppose he has been out at night every day for the last... Maybe I'm wrong, but I think for the last 5 days. And it's like, wow, she saw through my plan. It's like, you literally have been out at night for 5 days straight. Hisui already knows that I've been leaving my room at night. Maybe it's been 6 days straight. Maybe I'm losing track of time. I don't know. It's only natural for her to assume I'd do it again. The problem now is how I respond to this question. Actually, no, that's right. He was technically home for Sunday night. So it wasn't straight. Huh, that's weird. As a servant, she wants to know what time I'll be home. But telling her is the same as telling Akiha, not really at all. My response needs to be well thought out. I'll tell the truth. I'll tell her the truth. Even if I lied, I wouldn't be able to keep the truth from Hisui or Kohaku for long. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure they know when you come home. So, like, whether you tell them or not, they'll find out. They just want to know, like, what to expect. So I might as well let her know I'll be out tonight.
実はこれから何日か夜は出かけることになる。でも誓って悪い遊びをしているわけじゃない。秋葉には嫌われる一方だろうけど、途中でやめることはできないんだ。
That's right. There's a dangerous, mysterious vampire terrorizing our city, and Arcueid is the only one who can do something about it. Above all, Soya is my home. I can't just ignore what's going on.
翡翠にも迷惑をかけるけど、しばらくは見過ごしてくれると助かる。0時になったら帰ってくるから、玄関の鍵だけ開けておいてほしい。
Why is he saying he'd be back by midnight, though? There's no guarantee on that.
私たちに理由は話せないと。
そうだ。ごめんな翡翠。だらしないやつだと思って今は何も聞かないでほしい。
いえ、四季様は私の主人です。主人をだらしない方と蔑む使用人はおりません。
Hisui speaks dispassionately, her face as blank as ever. That's all there is to it. To that, I guess. I nod my head to Hisui and start up the lobby stairs.
お待ちください。
I pause. Hisui calls out to me, her muted voice like never before.
その差し出がましいことなのですが。
Are you fucking her? Are you gonna have a child? Hisui clenches her hands as she looks over towards me.
四季様さえよろしければ夜に出かけることを秋葉様にお隠しすることができます。
I thought that's what he already said, isn't it? I guess technically it was never mentioned.
それって口裏を合わせてくれるってこと？
はい。夕食後、秋葉様はお部屋からお出になることは稀です。就寝前の見回りは私と姉さんがしておりますから。
Well, I mean, she could go to his room,
しまえば、
but I guess she
四季
don't
様
do
のお
that.
部屋の様子は誰にもわからなくなります。
いや、そりゃ助かる。助かるけどいいのか？秋葉は2人の雇い主じゃないか。
私の主人は四季様だと申し上げたはずですが。
I don't know about this. But I'm suddenly very happy that I decided to tell her the truth. Not only did she listen to my crappy reasoning, but she's even offering to aid me.
ありがとう翡翠。そうしてくれるととても助かる。
それでは今夜からはこちらのカードキーをご利用ください。秋葉様の言いつけで屋敷の正門の暗証を変えたのです。
Did I have the code? I thought that the only way for him to enter the mansion in the first place was that he had to press the button, and then they would come and open it for him. Though he mentioned a side entrance, and that maybe he needed a key, but I don't think it's ever been mentioned that it's a key card. That might be like a translation issue. Like they mentioned a key before because it was a key, a normal key, but now with updated information, updated timeline or whatever, this takes place in 2010, you could have a key card, but in the original version it was just a key, I think that was what was going on. I don't know, but they're also mentioning a code, so I'm like, I don't remember there being a code on the side entrance or on the front entrance, so I don't know what's going on here.
こちらのカードキーでしたら深夜でも正門の鍵は外れます。
I didn't know that it was so hard to get inside the mansion, actually.
お、さすが秋葉。対応早いな。
And ruthless. That was close. If I had left without saying anything, I might not have been able to get back in. I wonder if, like, there's a possibility he could have been running home and then gets trapped outside and dies or something because of it.
私からの提案は以上です。夜の外出をお止めはいたしませんが、どうか怪我のないようお気をつけて。
Hisui bids me farewell with a bow.
やった。
Hell yeah. I just got help from an unexpected source. I mean, you're the one that wasn't trusting Hisui. She has literally never done anything that wasn't 100% loyal to you. But alright, sure, whatever. Now I can leave the mansion without worrying Akiha. Actually sounds like an upgrade type of thing. Like, ooh, I gained the ability to leave the mansion without Akiha knowing. Or something. I returned to my room after eating dinner by myself. Like, I don't think there's any downside to constantly telling the truth in this game. That's the funny part. Like, what's the downside? I think I've literally not seen any downside to saying the truth every time. It's almost 10 o'clock.
よし。行くか。
Wait, so he's only gone for 2 hours? That sounds hard to believe. I thought he would have left at like 9 or earlier. I pocket my knife and slip out of my room as quietly as possible. So where are you supposed to meet Arcueid? Oh yeah, that's right, the park. No one crosses my path along the way. Even the park is empty. People must really be afraid of the serial killer. Well, they should be, but okay. Standing there alone is a woman in white. You know, I just realized, shouldn't they be running into policemen, like, somewhat often? Because, like, there should be police officers, like, patrolling if there's a curfew, even if it's an unofficial curfew.
四季
お、
I don't know why, but she starts yelling the second she sees me.
なんだよ。もしかして時間間違えたか？俺。
そう、もう何時だと思ってるのよ。約束の時間を10分も過ぎちゃってるじゃない。
Oh, okay. Probably meaning he should have been here at 10, not left the mansion at 10. 10 minutes. I couldn't have been here at 10 even if I'd sprinted from the mansion. What? Leave early. Why did you have to wait till 10 o'clock to leave anyway? Though I guess Arcueid was here right on time.
ああ、悪かったよ。こっちもなんとか10時に合わせたかったんだけど、 こっそりお前が携帯を持ってたら。
As convenient as it would have been to message her, the sheer absurdity of texting with a vampire pulls me back to reality. What's the problem with... I don't see the problem of doing that.
いや、なんでもない。次からはちゃんと時間を厳守する。今回は多めに見てくれ。
もうこれから殺し合いに行くのに全然自覚がないみたいね、あなたは。
She puffs up her cheeks in anger. She's not in a good mood. I wonder if it's because she got here early.
なあ、アルクエイド。何時からここで待ってたんだ？
私は起きてからすぐここに来たから、やってきたのは7時ぐらいかな。
That's why I was confused why they weren't meeting really early. I mean, I suppose, you know, obviously he can't just meet her at 7. At this point, she's got to be recovered pretty well, you would think.
7時って、じゃあ3時間以上も待ってた
I
の
mean,
か。
what did you think she was doing? She can't do it. She can't risk fighting. And she's got to be here when you come here. So, what was her options? What was she thinking, coming so early when we agreed on 10?
なんかおかしいみたい。
She literally has nothing better to do. That's what's going on. Arcueid mumbles as if she's a little surprised about it herself.
まあ、遅れた俺も悪いけど、そっちにだって問題はあるぞ。約束の時間より前に来て勝手に待たれても困る。
それとこれとは別問題でしょ。式が遅れたってことは変わらないんだから。
それはそうだけど、しかしなんだって3時間も待ってたんだ。間違えてきたにしろ、それだけあれば部屋に戻っていてもよかったじゃないか。
そんなの私にだってわからないわ。
She couldn't wait for you to get here.
なんとなく楽しいし、このまま式を待っていてもいいかなって思ってたらいつの間にか10時になってただけなんだから。
楽しかったって。
さあ、自分にだってわからないって言ったでしょ。式に殺されたせいかしらね。私、体のどこかが壊れて治ってないみたい。自分でおかしいって思うんだけど、体のどこがどうしておかしいのか
Oh
全然わ
no,
からないんだも
the
ん。
love. I'm not sure how to respond. I can't do much except apologize. I was the one who cut her up into 17 pieces, so if something isn't right with her, it's probably entirely my fault.
まあいいわ。時間もなくなっちゃったし、無駄話をしている暇なんてないものね。
ああ、そう言ってもらえると実に助かる。
でも次も遅れるようなことになったら、その時は直接家に迎えに行くわ。約束を守れないのは式の方なんだから文句はないでしょ。
Yeah.
それはダメ。約束はちゃんと守る。守りますよ。けど不測の事態はいつでも起きるだろう。時間に遅れるなんてのはその最たるものじゃないか。なんで間違っても二度とうちには来ないように。ただでさえ秋葉に誤解されたままなんだ。これ以上引っかき回されたらマジで部屋を犬小屋にされかねない。
ふん、秋葉って式に全然似てない妹さんのこと？
So it's weird. I've actually heard this said before, that they don't look anything alike. Which I don't understand because they both have brown hair. And I think they're both about the same height. And I mean, at least with this art, they kind of almost have the same face. But, whatever.
似てないは余計だけど、そうだよ。
そうなんだ。式はそんなに妹さんが怖いの？
あのな、どこの世界に妹を怖がる。
Afraid of his own little sister. I think the words, but choose to bite my tongue. I wouldn't say I'm afraid of Akiha, but I do find it difficult to interact with her.
単に妹には余計な心配をさせたくないだけだよ。昔からあいつには迷惑をかけてきたから。 できるだけこのまま何も知らないままでいてほしい。
なるほど。あの妹さんには優しいのね、シキは。
基本的に俺は誰にでも優しくしているよ。最近になって例外が一人できちまっただけで。
それって私のことだ。
わかんないやつだな。今のは皮肉で言ったんだけど、褒めたんじゃなくて悪口ってやつな。
そうなの？でも私は式の例外ってことでしょ。私ね、そういうの嫌いじゃないんだ。
Arcueid is smiling. It's a carefree smile, like that of a child. My body feels weirdly hot. My temperature must have gone up. She's going to overwhelm me completely if I don't take my eyes off her, so I make a show of turning my head away.
本題に入ろう、アルクエイド。昨日と同じように吸血鬼探しをするんだろう。
と、そうだったわね。今夜はメガネは外さなくていいから、私の後についてきて。
So maybe she knows where he is this time. Ooh, nice music. That's moody. We wander the dark city. Arcueid seems to have a place in mind, but because she hasn't shared anything, it almost feels like a midnight stroll.
今夜はピンポイントで見てもらうわ。まずは騒がしい方ね。
She leads us into the commercial district near the station. We traverse the deep, sleepless city, rich and vibrant, even past 10. It's a veritable exhibition of modern culture, a buffet of light and sound. The white shadow, unchanged after untold centuries, makes her... Oh, the white shadow is supposed to be Arcueid. Like, what? The white shadow, what? Arcueid makes her way through the city that's painted anew, seemingly every few months. Untold centuries might be an overstatement. The phrase only came to mind because I've heard that vampires are immortal and long-lived. I mean, she said that she was like 800 or 900 years old, I think?
シキ、あのビルを見て。6階建ての細い方。入っていく人間たちに線は見える？
普通だな。死者は出入りしてない。
外れね。次に行きましょう。はい、メガネかけて。先は長いんだから、あんまり無理しないように。
Like she mentioned this afternoon, Arcueid has a good idea of where the zombies patrol. She wants to check out 6 places. The first 2 were a bust, but the third spot, a building with rentable offices, paid off. One of the security guards entering an unused office was an absolute cluster of lines. Arcueid understood just from the look on my face. She had me wait in the hall while she entered the room, exiting casually just a minute later.
ごめんなさい。ここも外れ。低級の式だった。この辺りは昨日借り尽くしたから、完全に警戒
It's
さ
weird
れた
that she says they must be on guard after all the hunting they did. I thought they only killed one person, didn't they? Am I remembering wrong? I could have sworn they only killed one guy. Arcueid shrugs. She hides it well, but I sense that she feels discouraged.
何よ、ニヤニヤして。私の失敗が楽しいの？
いや、違うよ。いつも気楽なお前でも気を落とすことがあるんだなって。
それどういう意味？私だって人並みに壊したり潰したりしますよーだ。
I wish she'd phrased that as happy and sad, but that's just too tall an order for this vampire princess. We sneak out of the building and make for our next destination. It's just before midnight. We see fewer pedestrians and the neon lights begin to shut off one by one. Well, I guess this is why they only patrol till midnight, because there's no more people to follow after that. Car tail lights pass us by. Arcueid steps in time with them, as if to follow them home. Okay. We've now investigated 5 spots to no avail, which means we only have one chance left. We seem to be headed to a residential area. Arcueid doesn't say anything, but I get the idea that she was saving this one for last for a reason.
しかし分かってはいたけどまだらっこしいな。足で調査するしかないなんて全時代的にも程がある。
昔から吸血鬼退治は面倒なものだもの。町のどこかにある親元の棺を探し当てるんだから、そう簡単には終わらないわ。
そっか、ならいいって別に嫌がってるわけじゃないぞ。単にアルクエイドも大変だなって思っただけで。
私は別に大変じゃないよ。決められた作業だもの。手順を踏んでいけばきちんと終わるものだし。
Oh, I can manage in responses, Arcueid is all business when it comes to hunting vampires. She'll do whatever it takes as long as it produces results. Just because she can leap 10 meters in the air doesn't mean she's itching to skip the legwork. Now that I think about it, it was the same when I first met her. She had fully integrated into human society during her search for vampires, even though she could have done what Vlav did if she'd felt like it.
なんだよ、人の顔をジロジロ見て。ちゃんと前向いてないと転ぶぞ。
やっぱりこれって不思議なことよね。ねえ、式は私といて平気なの？吸血鬼退治とか怖くないの？
Why?
はあ？
A baffled grunt escapes my throat. She's asking me this now? Am I okay with being with her? Am I okay with being with her? I don't even have to think about it.
別に平気かどうかなんてただの襟好みだろ。
That's true. We've seen the other options that never work out.
俺たちは利害が一致した協力関係なんだし。そりゃ吸血鬼は怖いけど、町のためなら我慢するさ。
Arcueid accepts my answer with a faint nod. The conversation stops there. We walk through the empty streets in silence. We're far from the station now. These 2 hours haven't been very productive, but somehow it doesn't feel like we've wasted our time. Even if we didn't address the root of the problem, we've at least stopped it from getting worse for today. That must be the reason behind this strange sense of accomplishment.
でも気を使わなくていいのはいい。
Something voiced to a feeling I'd never expressed. I don't know what that means.
式？
だから気楽だってこと。俺はその根本的にろくでなしだからさ。お前みたいに頑丈なやつがいてくれると、なんていうか。
I feel truly at ease. Everything I see is broken. How I look at the world is polluted. I shouldn't be here. When I'm with her, it feels like the conclusions I've come to these past 7 years begin to fade.
ねえねえ、それってつまり私が式を楽しくさせてるってこと？
逆。あのな、おっかない吸血鬼と一緒なんだぞ。災難極まってるだろ。気が楽っていうのはどう転んだって今以下にはならないってことだよ。
What a weird thing to say.
おっかないってどの辺が？
山ほどある。殺しても生き返ってひたすら追いかけてくるとか、3000度の高熱をあちちで済ますところとか、ガムテープとかビルの屋上まで駆け上がるところとか、駅前をお釈迦にするところとか。
When did she run up the side of skyscrapers? I'm trying to think when she did that. I don't remember when she did that at all. And you gave everything you had to protect me and the town from Vlav's eyes.
岩盤をちゃぶ台返しするところとか、人の体によくわかんないものを塗りつけたりとか、あと昼間に学校に来るところとか。
Yeah, he never asked about that. But I guess the game was like, well, you should have went and talked to her for some reason.
はい、そこまでで結構です。シキの気持ちはよくわかりました。
いいのか？まだもうちょっとだけあるぞ。
いいわよ、自覚あるから。ふんだ、どうせ私は吸血鬼ですものね。
Arcueid picks up her pace, walking briskly ahead of me.
待てってば。お前が本気になったら追いつかないぞ、俺。
I follow her, half jogging. Turns out, our sixth destination was just up ahead. There it is, in the middle of the neighborhood. A typical 4-story apartment complex, nothing out of the ordinary. There look to be 4 apartments per floor, with lights visible in most of their windows. The people who live here are still awake, spending their time as they please. But as someone looking in from the outside, there's no way of knowing whether that involves any shady business. I look at the lines. The strain it puts on my brain makes me nauseous. This place seems wrong. There's nothing unusual about the lines running across the building, but it feels somehow lifeless. There's something unnatural about the brightness emanating from the interior, or from the strangely concentrated lines of death scrawled across the woman just now entering the apartment complex.
So, やっぱり当たりね。
Instead of going to the entrance of the apartment complex, Arcueid heads down the slope leading to the underground garage. The garage is guarded by a metal shutter.
普通のマンションだけど、ここなのか、アルクエイド。
ええ、このシャッター、人よけと消臭の結界がかかってる。
Oh, okay.
あれはカメラかな。私の姿を捉えてるけど、中の死者たちにもう逃げる時間はない。昼間、私一人でやってきていたら逃げられていたでしょうけど。
Bending down, she places her hands under the shutter. Is she really going to pull up the shutter up by...
シキ、このシャッター切れる？
そりゃ切れるけど、いいのか？
ええ、私よりシキが敵に。無理やり開けると警報が鳴るでしょ。
I mean, you're gonna reveal what your power is on the camera, but okay. Good point. Arcueid is pretty good at keeping her cool under pressure.
シキはガレージの入り口にいて。ここが巣なら、中には10体近いアンデッドがいるはず。相手が1体だけならシキの方が強いけど、2体以上になると不利でしょうから。
別に俺はそこまで。まあいいか。わかった。切るぞ。
I cut along the line on the shutter. Yeah, figured. Metal meets concrete with a clatter. I peer into the pitch black through the opening I just cut.
なんだこの匂い。
A foul stench hits my nostrils. The garage reeks of rotting meat and rancid blood. I don't even know what rancid blood means. Technically, it's probably like rotting blood. These look silly. I don't know, there's something weird about them that look... Maybe it's the... I don't know if it's the green lines or like how pale they are. I don't know. When they're actually like burning in red, it's like, okay, they look evil. Here they just look like, I don't know, they look weird. I see several squirming clusters of lines within. The sound of the shutter being sliced open seems to have caught their attention. There are 22 of them. With this many undead, there's no doubt that their sire is here with them too.
予想より数が多い。ここが根城なんだろう。ならやっぱり俺も。
ここは根城じゃないわ。ただの食堂よ。大丈夫。起きたばっかりの節なんて虫みたいなものだし。シキはそこで待ってて。すぐ片付けちゃうから。
Figured. Holy shit! My brain has difficulty keeping up with the incomprehensible scene in front of me. Something so beautiful yet so grotesque. like a figure skater performing in a graveyard full of decay. Yeah, I don't know if he's ever seen her kill them like this, like a mess. A throng of undead approaches their guests. She conducts a symphony of snapped bones with a single swing of her arm. A cacophony of fangs clattering to find their prey. The sound of spitting flesh, and somehow, even within the mist of gore, a white shadow, untouched by a single fleck of blood. It takes my breath away, no matter how many times I see it. Of course, these corpses don't stand a chance against her. Their abilities are too mismatched, their viewpoints too dissimilar. Their very existence reside in different dimensions, as if the world unparalleled was coined for her and her alone. As if the word unparalleled. To Arcueid, these vampires that exist only to drink blood must be no different from humans. Their prey and nothing more. Another current of pain runs through my brain. It's what I get for going without my glasses for so long, but I can't put them back on yet. Arcueid may have said she could take them all by herself, but there are still more than 10 of them left. It will take less than a minute to deal with the rest of them at her current pace. But just in case, something is wrong. Arcueid's movements are slowing. She hasn't been injured. The zombies can't even get close to her in the first place. But even still, her face appears to distort with pain with every enemy she rends. All of them fall to her terrible onslaught. The next thing I know, there's only one left. This shouldn't require excessive force. A zombie of this caliber ought to perish in a single slash of her claws. And yet, perhaps seeing the fight's end, the white silhouette pulverizes the humanoid, holding nothing back. Okay. It's over. Standing center stage of the carnage is Arcueid, her breast still ragged. She finally loosens her shoulders. That idiot. I don't know what was going on in that head of hers, but she exhausted too much of her strengths. She could have used a tenth of what she used just now, and still finished things without breaking a sweat. This is weird, though. She definitely should be way more healed. I'm kind of wondering if she's got poison somehow, like somehow killing the zombies poisons her. I don't know why that would make sense, though.
Arcueid.
I quietly call her name from the entrance.
どう？見ててくれたしき。今夜はこれで終わりだし、あなたの前だし、いつもより張り切ってやっちゃった。
お前な、こんな物騒な張り切っちゃったとか初めて聞いたぞ。
I sigh. She really is a troublemaker. How am I supposed to respond to the idea that she just wanted to show off to me?
まあ、確かにちょっと見とれたのは事実だ。
Uh-huh. What is that? The cheerful mood is cut short. My thoughts cease. My mind blanks. Something strange and unspeakable draws my attention. When did it get here? Or rather, how long have I failed to see it? A panther appearing in a black alley. Flaming corpses. Dead things in the form of human beings. I've seen my share of abnormalities these past few days. I've experienced a lot of things for the first time. Yet those were all based in reality. They were variations on what I know, mere extensions of common sense. This thing is different. The air it exudes is too irregular, its classification too deviant. Its very existence is born of some indecent process. It belongs neither here in Soya nor in Arcueid's world. I mean, it looks like a human to me, but okay. I guess, okay, the eyes are weird. Okay, fair enough. It's shaped like a person. Its stench is like that of a zombie. But humanoid as it is, it's discarded any claim as a Homo sapien. I don't sense any respiratory functions? You don't sense them? What? What does that even mean? I can't see how it would react to life. Yet my instincts grasp that this beast is built to be a predator. While I've never seen anything like it, it does remind me of something I know. Spider. Yeah, the eyes. My mind is still frozen. I can't quite remember how to work my throat. I assume it's just like a specialized familiar. But, like, is Arcueid even ready for this? Right? Because she was weakened. The muscles in its abdomen flex and ripple. What the heck? Oh, okay. I see. The massive bulging flesh isn't body flat, but many muscular arms? I would not call those arms. They seem much more like tentacles. Unless they're supposed to be like spider legs. Strange, fleshy tubes like rising invertebrates. The moment I recognize it for what it is... Arcueid. I shout. Yeah, I can't tell what these are. But I've seen them before. Arcueid turns to look, sensing the aberration behind her. The monster's tentacle shoots out like a whip, cracking at the back of Arcueid's neck. It's quick, but not quick enough to catch Arcueid completely off guard. Arcueid's claws fly to meet the limbs of flesh, the same claws that cut through zombie flesh as easily as scrap paper. But her rending claws are unable to sever the scourging tendril. Yeah, I figured that was about to happen. Rather, the deflected whip keeps its inertia, brutally lashing across the woman's back. Like, did it actually cut her, though? I hear a trigger fire at the back of my skull. This zombie is an aberration. That's one thing. Its skin is unusually resilient. That's another. They're gonna make a dramatic reveal of, this thing is built for combat. Dun dun dun! The zombie is on a different level of repugnance. There's yet another. That's yet another. But more than anything else, its second and third arm threaten to come down and end Arcueid's life. Let's see what that says. That's stupid. She's stupid. If she hadn't pushed herself, she would never have gotten into this position. This is ridiculous. She's injured again, cornered, up against the wall. Her breathing is ragged. She's taking hits even I could avoid. Shit. Yeah, I don't know. I can't tell what that says down there, because this is in front of my picture. Thank God I'm not wearing my glasses. I probably would have broken them in anger if I was. The aberration leaps into the air, seemingly enjoying itself. A vulgar grin pulls out its lips. Having found its prey, it wouldn't normally be able to hunt. Fuck you, that's mine, it's my fault. That's my job, I killed her, I brought her down, but she still forgave me. Trash like me who killed her for simple pleasure, and now... That's a really weird way that he said that. Like, that's my prey, how dare you? Like, what? So it's like an internal... What is going on with him? I'm very confused how to interpret how he is thinking. I mean, I would like to think that, like, he's just like, oh, he's in love with Arcueid, but there's a lot of stuff that's more like he has a weird thought process about, well, again, it's connected to why he killed her in the first place. Don't touch her with those disgusting things. And then he just cuts off the lips. I cut. Without thought, without wasted movement, like an animal driven by pure instinct. Yeah, this is where he thinks, well, you know, he's doing, yeah, the pure instinct. The way he killed her. Am I running? Is it chasing me? That's fine. There's no hesitation in my steps. A second strike from the beast, short and fast, unlike the first. The equivalent of a jab in boxing, an action that maximizes speed with minimal movement. Not particularly fast, but too fast for the eye to register, too fast to react to. But that's not an issue for me. If I can't dodge it, I can just cut through it. I mean, depends on if there's a line there, but okay. I pursue the figure in front of me, a crimson cluster of tightly packed lines of death. Wait, they're tightly packed? Because they don't look very tightly packed when I'm looking at them. That's weird. Without even thinking, I'm slashing a potent line. There goes its left leg, dead, despite how wary I've been of it before. Now all I have left to fear is its bite, but I'm already close enough to reach. I stab the point, thrumming just up and to the right of its navel. Maybe like the eyes make him want to kill, maybe? Like he gets the urge to want to cut the lines? I don't know. There are no death throws. Though, to be fair, when he had the glasses on, he still wanted to kill Arcueid. So, there was no explanation for that. No death throws. The operation simply collapses to the ground like a mechanical doll with its batteries removed. Ah, I finally let out the breath that I've been holding all this time. I'm surrounded by lumps of rotting flesh. The thing I killed is gone, vanished into ash. Okay. Considering the bodies of the zombies killed by Arcueid still remain, it seems that this one was indeed special. But I killed it. I snuffed the life out of the aberration without faltering for a second. My mind still won't process things properly. This was pure violence. A mad rush without a single thought spared toward the lessons that Master taught me. An action fueled by the murderous rage I've tried so hard to quell. Regret, remorse, hatred, despair, it will all return with a vengeance once I've calmed down. But I'm fine with that. I am. As long as Arcueid is safe. This is the first time. Just now I used my power to save someone, in full control of myself, and with no hesitation. Why would he say in full control of himself when he literally just said that he couldn't control himself? Am I wrong? I could have sworn he said he couldn't control himself. He just said his actions were quelled by murderous rage. Without a single thought spared toward the lessons that his master said. Okay, whatever. I look back to find Arcueid breathing heavily, her shoulders trembling. I'm at her side in an instant. She holds her heaving chest like she's in pain, like a suffering animal that knows nothing but how to grasp for air. Her back is shivering. This is bad. For one, she's completely drenched in sweat. Worried that Arcueid's hurt herself, I lean in to take a good look and... She laughs. I'm still wondering if she's poisoned, though. Now this is just too cruel. Arcueid wasn't doubled over in pain. She was trying to hold back her laughter.
Toいうかそうだよな。心配した俺がバカだった。頑丈なお前があれぐらいで痛がるはずないもんな。
あ、ひどい。痛いのは本当だったんだから。
Yeah, like she wasn't faking the whole thing.
あとちょっと追い込まれていたら、誰かさんに切られたお腹がまた開いていたところよ。
That's not fair. No matter what I say, I'm still to blame, so I accept my defeat in silence.
はいはい。わかりました。俺が悪うございましたとも。さっきのバカ笑いはどうあれ、お前が無事でよかったよ。
My mouth opens fire before I can help myself. And after I do, she's back to wearing that usual enigmatic grin.
なんだよ。まだ何かあるのか。
I have to go to the bathroom again. I mean, I am drinking a lot of tea, so... Just feeling kind of sore. I don't know. Not tired, but sore. Okay. What now? Is there something else?
それと嘘泣きじゃないよ。嬉しいのも本当。だって式がすごく頼りになるんだもん。
My cheeks are burning. I turn away to try and counter the sudden ambush.
何？どうかした式？
どうもしてない。ちょっと暑いんで。ほら。
What an excuse. That was genuinely terrible. Though for now I can't bring myself to look at Arcueid. I bring my hands to my face to hide my burning cheeks, but it only serves to heat them more. What's with that look? And what is she thinking, as if being good at killing is something to be praised? Read the room. You're evil. A witch. And why the hell am I still happy about it? I need to calm down. Chill the fuck out. I love how they're like, I need to chill the fuck out. Like, sheesh. A little visceral there.
ほら、ここが敵の本拠地じゃないにしても、中に入って手がかりを探すとか。
そうね。人が来る前に調べてもいいかも。棺の手がかりはないでしょうけど、他の食堂の場所が。
I can't do this. The throbbing in my chest won't calm down. My face is burning up. I'm growing more lightheaded by the second. Arcueid's voice feels like it's passing me by. But what am I supposed to do? Anyone would be smitten, being told that with that kind of smile. The pain in my head, the heaviness in my arms and legs, it's all because of...
シキ、ちょっと大丈夫？すごい熱。あの死者、そんなに見えにくい相手だったの？
いや、そんなことはなかったけど、お前、なんか近くない？
He feels like stabbing her again. I can barely move my head. I'm conscious, but my brain feels like it's stuffed with cotton, completely dulling my senses.
ここの調査はやめて休憩にしましょう。どうせ手がかりなんて残さないやつだし、今日は食堂を潰せただけで十分よ。これだけの働きアリを失ったらしばらく活動はできないし、もう自分から外に出てくるしかなくなるわ。
It's really stupid though, because it's like, really? That's your explanation? She pulls me away by the arm. I nod vaguely and we leave the garage and the sea of body parts within. I rest on a bench. Full feeling returns to my arms and legs after about 30 minutes. I didn't notice it myself, but it seems that staring at the aberration's lines really did a number on me. Arcueid stands in front of the bench. She's been staring at me since we arrived.
あのな、アルクエイド。めまいも消えたんだし、そのいかにも俺が悪いって顔はもうやめてくれ。そもそも、あの時はああでもしないと傷が開いたんだろう、お前。
あれは言葉のあや。あんな編集ぐらい何とでもできたわ。そんなことよりあなたの体よ。昨日の話ちゃんと覚えてる？
目を使いすぎるなって話だろ。分かってる。俺だって廃人にはなりたくない。
I thought he was
次か
being
らは気を
careful
つけ
though.
る。
はあ、鈍感にも程がある。あなたに危機感を植え付けるのは難儀そうね。まあ、一番身近にして最高級の死に慣れているんだから、それも当然か。ほんと、どうしてやろうかしら。一度思いっきり怖がらせてあげましょうか。
Why is she so resentful about this? Can someone explain it to me?
最高級の恐怖なら、お前に追いかけられた時のでお腹いっぱいだよ。この目が危険だってことも、言われなくとも分かってる。
I've lived with them for 7 years now.
さっきのだって、いつもならめまいは起こさなかった。あれは単に。
I don't think it was from looking at the lines too much. I was just overwhelmed from everything with Arcueid.
単に、何？
単に、歩き尽くしで疲れていただけだ。お前は平気だろうけど、人間は疲れるんだよ。2時間歩きっぱなしだと。
それならいいけど、四季ってたまに自分を客観視しすぎてない？その魔眼のせいで自分嫌いになってるとか？
Where is this coming from? This came out of nowhere. But okay, let's actually address though the fact that he has said that he has no endurance and they literally did just walk 2 hours without resting. That is actually very significant. Like very, very significant.
いや、
If I hate him.
自分が嫌いになれたら、目のことで悩んだりはしないだろう。言っておくけど、俺は自分のことも周りのこともやけになって見たことは一度もないよ。
そうなんだ。ちょっと意外。
Well, technically he did when he was a child, when he first got the eyes. I'm sure it is, but this is a question of dignity, of having a place to belong. Someone once said that even a person like me has a reason to live. That's why I don't want to fall into despair or hate myself. It may be a small thing to live my life by, but it's brought me this far.
それに、この目だってそんなに悪いことばかりでもないし。 裸眼でいると色々と不都合があるけど、食欲が薄れるのは手間が省けて楽だよ。もともと小食だから相性はいいと思う。
Well, I don't know where we're going with this, but it is worth noting. Well, no, I don't know how much he ate today, because he said he ate lunch. I don't quite remember if he actually did eat breakfast. I don't quite remember.
魔眼による食欲の減少と持って生まれた消化機能の関係は私にはわからないけど。
ああ、いや、ごめん。今のは冗談というか、本気で取られると恥ずかしいというかですね。
真面目な話よ。あなたの目は後天的なものと言っていたけど、それは現れるのが遅かっただけの話かもしれない。
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
現れるのが遅かっただけ。
ええ。超能力は突然変異体だけど、それにだって誕生する土壌が必要なの。四季のような目を持つ先祖はいなかったとしても、似通った目を持った親はいたかもしれない。魔術師は知識と身体回路を子供に移植するけど、あなたのような異能は交配による遺伝子だけで伝わっていって、覚醒遺伝として現れる場合が多いから。
交配による遺伝子、つまり親父から？
というより、あなたの一族全体の話ね。家系の中であなただけ特別という考え方の方が不自然よ。あなたに異能があるのなら、あなたの家系全てが特別と考えるべき。四季の家族ってそういう人たちなんじゃないの
I can't help but laugh at the question. She wants me to believe that this is all genetic? The Akiha or Makihisa have eyes like mine? I'm 100% positive that's not the case. I'm the only weird one in the family. Besides, without my accident, I'd never have gotten these eyes in the first place. They weren't inherited at all. More like a side effect.
でも、忠告は受け取っておく。ありがとう、アルクエイド。
何？いきなりかしこまって。私、あなたにとって嫌な話をしたと思うんだけど。
嫌な話じゃなかったよ。全部俺の体を気遣ってくれてのことだったからさ。今日の学校での事前調査だって俺に無理させたくなかったんだろう。お前だって昼間は辛いのに。
Wait, what's that mean? You came to my school so I wouldn't have to push myself tonight? Maybe this is assuming that I talked to her. Maybe. Because, yeah, I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
だからありがとう。ここまでされてやっと気がつくあたり、お礼を言える立場でもないけど。でもそういうアルクエイドはどうなんだ。腹の傷本当に塞がってるんだろう
な。そっちはちゃんと塞がってるけど、なんで
？This is the second time in a row that you got tired after almost zero fighting.
いや、さっき調子悪そうだったから。何もされてないのに苦しそうだったというか。いや。
I feel a strange sting in my chest. It's not painful. If anything, it's ticklish.
四季？
いや、なんだこれ。
I stick my hand into my shirt without thinking. It's slimy. Why? My fingers are coated in something thick and sticky like paint.
なんだろう。なんか。
Oh, his old wound got reopened, maybe? I pulled my hand from my shirt, from my fingers to my palm. It's slick with crimson blood. Another sting. That strange feeling again. It took me far longer than it should have to recognize that it's coming from the old scar in my chest.
四季、それ。
変だな。痛くもないし傷も開いてないのに胸から血が滲んでる。
It's so red, a bright, pure, eye-catching liquid.
ああ、さっきのやつの爪がかすっていたとか。痛みはないんだし、血もこれしか滲んでこないみたいだし、気にする必要は。
Maybe this is something special? Arcueid is staring at my hand, or perhaps more accurately, she is utterly fixated on the crimson liquid that covers it.
アルクエイド。
Maybe she does need blood to recover from being so hurt, maybe? I don't know. She doesn't answer. Her breathing is slow and labored. Heavy, shaking breaths, like it's hurting her to breathe.
おい、アルクエイド。どうした？やっぱり傷が痛んで。
I grab her shoulder, but when I do, she quickly brushes my hand away, fleeing my concern.
クエイド。
四季。
She pushes out my name between her shallow breasts, a hint of hostility ringing through her tone.
違う。私、そんなこと思ってない。
What is this? Arcueid looks away uneasily.
どうしたんだよ。変だぞお前。体まだ回復してないんじゃないのか。
そうね。ちょっと無理しすぎたみたい。だから私帰るね。
ああ、まあどうせ今夜はこれでおしまいだって言ってたけど。
うん。また明日ここで待ってる。
She's gone before I can stop her, and going after her was never an option. Without even giving me another look, she leaped into the night sky, like a rabbit hopping across the moon. Moon! Moon, 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 moon. Following the road up the hill from the residential district, I eventually reached the estate's outer wall. It's also worth noting that, like, if the police were still watching the property, they would notice that he left at night and came back late at night. Oh well. It's a little past 2 in the morning. My fatigue is really starting to set in now.
あいつ、あんなんで大丈夫なのかな。
Arcueid's expression when we parted steadily weighs on my mind. She didn't seem tired or in pain, but, look at that body over there. That's strange. There's something standing there between the street lamps where neither light reaches. The first thing I feel is terror. The situation is so unnatural, so unreal. It feels like my heart will stop. Unfortunately, I'm already used to things like this. Masking my quickened pulse, I quietly take my knife in hand. And then it's gonna just be a normal human. the cop. My blood is flowing at double its usual speed, or perhaps that's just another illusion. It's definitely a person. But I can't see anything other than that. There's something strange about the silhouette. It's getting closer. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hollow footsteps. Its only exposed eye is bloodshot and fixed on me. That sounds like that bandaged guy. But I guess we'll see. Thump. The blade of my knife is set loose. My other hand goes to the temple of my glasses. A chill crawls its way up my back like a centipede. With one final step, the figure crosses a point of no return. That very moment, the light from the street lamp vanishes with an audible click. Even though the moon is bright tonight, the world is plunged into darkness. Thump. My heart races, as if to inform me of my rapidly approaching demise. His blade races towards my left arm, near the bicep. My reason will have to catch up later. I bring my knife up to meet this flash streaking towards me through the darkness, deflecting it just in time. Does he need light to see the lines? Because I don't think he needs light. The edges of the shadow's lips contort. Somehow, I sense it grinning, but I can't lose focus. I need to counter this thing. Although I'm surprised, I'm also perfectly calm. Not a second has passed since the figure first came into sight. My thoughts have ceased, time has frozen over. I don't have a moment to waste on being shocked. It's almost like it's a doppelganger. With the knife there. Though I don't know how they'd be able to turn off the street lamp, so that's weird. The clashing of our blades sends sparks flying into the night air. Though this unnatural darkness conceals us both, I can see something shining brightly within it. Distinct, shimmering junctions connecting the life underneath. I deflect the relentless blade exactly how I intend to. If there's one thing that astounds me, it's the fact that my body is able to stop these shrouded attacks so precisely even while I'm already this exhausted. Is my opponent simply easy to read? That may be part of it, but it's not all. My arm is simply following the map of lines and points that my eyes see. And in this complete darkness, they're all I can see, so I can focus on them alone. My head, it hurts terribly. My thoughts are on fire. My chest stings. My head hurts. My scar is hot. My eyes feel like they might spill from my sockets. But this feels familiar. Something like this happened long ago. Yes, the body of a child covered in blood. Akiha, bloodied and crying. My own blood-soaked hands. That's weird. Metal crashes against metal. Pure instinct follows me to continue deflecting the blade. That was close. I blacked out there for a second. I won't let my guard down again, because I know where it's aiming. I can parry every strike before my mind even catches up. The reason is simple. It's aiming for my body's lines. That's why I know where it'll aim before it even moves. Wait, so he knows where his own body lines are? All I need to do is protect the lines it's most likely to be aiming for based on its posture and timing. The second I realize my enemy's strategy, I finally speak. I know it. The figure can see the exact same thing I do. Damn it. The shadow laughs in the darkness. Its bloodshot eye stares me down mockingly, as if to say, "So you finally noticed." Blood is rapidly pumped through my body. The corners of my lips rise in a confluence of exaltation and fear. I see. Then we're on equal terms. If either one of us hits their mark, it'll be over. But that doesn't matter to me, not anymore. So what if any of its cuts could kill me? If that was enough to scare me, I wouldn't be alive right now. I think of that sheer cold I endured before. Blob was far more impressive. This thing doesn't compare to a vampire like that, even if it might be the one Arcueid's after. All things considered, I have the upper hand. Attack. I'm taking the offensive. The figure is keeping up, but it's forced to dedicate everything to matching me. I can win. I don't know who this is or where they came from, but what I do know is that I'm cornering them. Goosebumps form on my skin. My heart races with the feeling of power. I can win. I'm stronger. If this thing is going to kill me, that I'll just kill them first. I deflect my opponent's attack, disarming them. I step forward, a thrust of the wet knife bared like a fang at the now unprotected line before me. But something's odd. Why don't I feel any hesitation? Huh? The street lamps flicker back on, rousing my mind from its feverish state. There's no one in front of me. The shadow I engaged in battle isn't there. It's been flung against the estate's outer wall, impaled by a long, thin object. I struggle to make sense of the situation. I assume this is CL. The figure that attacked me, a man apparently, was run through with a rod-like object that flew in from the side. The impact must have flung him against the wall. No human could survive something like that. But that thing isn't human. His voice is hoarse. The man, his gut skewered, wheezes as he glares at the night sky. I keep my distance as I follow his gaze. And there... Oh, it's her. Okay. I see a familiar figure standing atop the streetlight. Okay. So she shows up first. Okay. Okay. I don't know anything about the church, so... I don't know. CL shows up eventually, that's all I know.
Noel sensei.
She's dressed like a nun, is she? Sure, I guess. In her right hand, she holds a narrow-bladed sword. How'd she see anything in the dark, though? It was completely black, wasn't it? Whatever. In her left, an absurdly massive halberd. I recognize the shape of the former. Or to be more exact, part of my brain remembers it having entered my field of view. On a subconscious level, I know that it's one of these swords that saved me from Vlov's icicles. Is that what happened? I'm trying to remember when that happened. Maybe I vaguely remember and just I just figured that it would be explained right after, and it just wasn't, because there was so much going on. Our eyes meet. She shoots me a smile, and in the next moment, she launches her sword at the shadowed figure. Why are we seeing the lines on her, though? As she says the words, light bursts from the sword. I can hear the air shift as she readies her halberd. She readjusts her grip and leaps down from the light, aiming for her target. The man cries out as flesh and bone are severed. The shadow-like substance surrounding him is dispersed by Noel's implement of war. The man, shadow and all, begins to dissolve, just like the aberrant zombie I fought in the garage. He stares me down as his body fades away. His black, bloodshot eye exudes hatred, as if he were cursing my very existence. All I can do is stare, dumbfounded. The man fades with the shadows that surround him, erased completely from this world with no evidence he ever existed in the first place. This feels way too important for it to be minor. Like, really? Oh, just another person with mystic eyes of death's perception. Nothing special here. Like, very suspicious. And he had lines, so it wasn't like he was a clone or like mist or something, right? I don't know. Well, it's got to be it could be a doppelganger of the vampire, and it just copies the vampire. Still, it doesn't seem like something that would be super common. All that remains are the sounds of wind and chirping insects. It feels just like any other night now. It's like the entire world is pretending that the man who screamed his heart out never existed. Meanwhile, I've been left with an equally strange person.
こんばんは。この国の夜は安全だと聞いていたけど、この辺りは物騒なのね。ちょっと散歩していたら、吸血鬼みたいな化け物が可愛い教え子に襲いかかっているんだもの。
Was that a vampire? I mean, I guess it could be. I mean, I guess technically, familiars would be vampires too, if it was a familiar.
それとも、あなたの周りが特別なのかしら。どうの四季君?
The woman turns to face me. She smiles with obvious unbridled hostility. There's no mistaking it. It's none other than our school's latest substitute teacher.
ノエル先生っていいんですか?
そうね。 先生って響きは悪くないけど、ここは学校の外なんだし、先生は外した方が何かと気が楽よね。
Her footfalls reverberate in my ears. Noelle is getting closer. With halberd in hand, an unsettling smile plastered on her face, she approaches. What's the difference between these two? But whatever, I guess I won't treat her as an enemy. But she's no ally.
無駄だってな。
She's freaking out. Noelle leaps at me the second I ready my knife. Wait, what's the difference between the two options I picked? The difference in reach between our weapons is too great. Well, who cares? You can cut through the weapon. Faster than I can think to react, she swipes at my side with the butt of her polearm. Really? She's going faster than him? I just find that hard to believe. My head spins at the overwhelming impact. Then again, he is pretty tired. The attack must have sent me flying over a meter through the air. I brace myself, ignoring the pain from the initial blow. My back hits the asphalt, and I'm able to absorb some of the shock, but Noelle is already there.
ダメよ、四季君。敵を前にしてあからさまに身構えるとか、もう甘すぎてにやけちゃう。
See, that's why it's weird. Why is she calling herself an enemy when I wasn't treating her like an enemy? You know, I was just being like, who are you? What's going on? You know? Why are you, killing vampires?
私、臆病だからつい本気で打ち込んじゃったけど、まだ生きてる？
I prop my arms under me to try and stand up. But Noelle steps down on my chest with a heavy boot.
はーい。おとなしくしていてね。義理もなければ恋人同士でもないんだし。下手に暴れるとその首、ボキッと潰しちゃうぞ。
I guess we'll see where this goes. I glare up at Noelle from the ground. I don't understand what's happening in the slightest. All I know is that this woman honestly wants to kill me.
あんたも吸血鬼だったのか。
なんですって。今吸血鬼だって言った。私があんな怪物と一緒だって言ったわけ。
I mean, what's the difference? You know, vampire attacks him, they fight to the death, then she helps him, but then she attacks to try to, like, she's a lot closer to killing him than a vampire, so the difference is very minor. It's like, oh, you're a much better person than a vampire, but you're also gonna kill me, unlike the vampire. Her boot presses harder on my chest. She's seriously pissed at the mere insinuation she might be a vampire.
首筋に進行なし。靴に染み込ませた聖水にも拒絶反応なし。ついでに言うと、私好みのファニーフェイスにも変貌なし。
What's that mean? No morphing of the face into one of my liking. My liking? What? And what, she thought that I was a vampire? Why?
はい。異端審査終了。だっていいわよ。
It doesn't change the fact that you attacked him. The boot on my chest is finally lifted. Now, free, I stand myself up and try to get my breathing under control. I'm hurting all over, but I think I got off with only some light internal bleeding, which sounds really, really bad.
はい、これメガネ。落とし物には気をつけなさい。
When did he drop his glasses?
そうですか。そっちの横槍で落としたものですけど。
What's that mean? I take my glasses from Noelle and place them back where they belong. Now then, what the hell is going on?
とまあ、美少年が一人で出歩くと、こんな風に危険がいっぱいなわけ。忠告がてら脅かしちゃったけど、勢い食べちゃうところだったわ。
She sounds annoying. She laughs like she made a little mistake. I'm at a genuine loss for words.
あれ？何そのノーリアクション。
Can I go to my room now?
私たちのこと、あの吸血鬼に聞いてないの？
My vampire not tell you about us? I don't know what that means.
聞いてないのね。あっそう。私みたいな雑魚は眼中にないってわけ。まあいいけど、私も話題になんかされたくないし。いいわ。 パパッとレクチャーしてあげる。
I'm probably
簡
gonna
単
skip
に言
through
うと
this.
私は町を守る正義のお姉さんみたい
She
な
thinks
あ
she's
のクソ
protecting the
吸血鬼
city.
どもから人間社会を
Part of
守
the
る
church.
影の組織とかかっこよくない？
She laughs because she's crazy. As Jubius says her explanation, it reminds me of something.
教会の代行者ってやつですか？
ええ、その大根四季君は無神論者でしょ。だから実感は湧かないだろうけど、私たち教会は主の皆のもと
I don't know what
人の
latter
良
day
き
of the
営みを守
Dharma
る意
is.
志がある。だってある日突然転任してきた魅惑の美人教師はその実教会から派遣された正義のエクソシストだったってこと。
わかりました。いきなりのことで信じられませんけど信じます。どうあれこれで2度目ですし。
Is it though? I wonder.
危ないところを助けてくれてありがとうございます。
2度目？ああ、そういうこと。でもま、今回は違うわ。たまたま危ないところに出くわしたんじゃなくて、私最初から君を狙っていたんだし。
This time is different though. I didn't happen upon you or anything. So she happened upon us when we were fighting Vlav? I am surprised that more of the church isn't aware of me. Although I guess technically Mario knew about me? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know if they're actually working together though. I've been following you from the start. What's that supposed to mean?
最初から
Also, when does she sleep? if she's going to school to work all day, then she works at night, then when is she sleeping? Like, Shiki is just a freak who doesn't need to sleep, but what's her explanation?
さあ、君が屋敷を出た時からずっと尾行していたの。
Okay, 10 p.m. So she's watching the mansion, but not the place.
私のお仕事は吸血鬼の殲滅だもの。その吸血鬼に従っている人間がいれば監
Follows
視
the
するのが当たり
vampire's
前で
orders?
し
I
ょ。
don't know what that means. Her logic tracks? How? Yeah. She's not. Her logic doesn't track because why would she assume that you're following a vampire's orders? The weird part is when people start saying that Arcueid is a vampire. I mean, if you want to view her as a... What are they called? The, one of the, not true ancestors, but one of the apostles or whatever. I think 13 apostles, was it? Or 19? I don't know. If you want to view her as one of the apostles, then that's one thing. But like, she doesn't act like an apostle. So, I don't know. It's like, she's a true ancestor. It's something different. She's a good vampire. We're both trying to save this city.
それは
まあ本当なら真っ先に吸血鬼の方から殺してるんだけど、相手はあの怪物でしょ。私一人じゃ返り討ちだし、師匠は上司に飛ばされちゃったし。
I don't know what any of this means. So I'll read out what she just said because I don't understand. Ordinarily, I would have killed her straight away, which is implying that she could, which I doubt. But she's a total monster on a regular day. So ordinarily, I would have killed her, but she's a total monster on a regular day. Like, what's this mean? Like, you know, ordinarily I would have killed her right away, but then you're also saying that you wouldn't have been able to kill her. So it's not like I can beat her now that the big boss set my master back as well. I don't know who your master is. I don't know who your big boss is. I don't know where your master was sent back to.
仕方なく小さい方の獲物に網を張って
So
た
am
わ
I
け。
supposed to be the smaller prey? I mean, it's just weird that she's just overpowering me so easily. But then I'm able to fight Vlav, so it's like, what? Smaller prey? That's supposed to be me?
俺のことですか？
ええ、あの怪物が狂犬なら 四季君はプリッとしたエビちゃんね。吸血鬼にしろ私たちにしろ美味しい獲物なのは間違いなし。
What does she know? She's acting stupid. It's really weird. It's like, well, so I'm the one that killed Vlav. Wait, so she says if that monster is a rabid dog. I don't know what monster we're talking about. Maybe they mean the monster that we killed this night? Because she might know about that, maybe? I'm confused. Since I'm the one that has killed the two strongest creatures in the game so far. And yet she's just able to beat you like no big deal.
でもなんか様子が変だった。ここ数日君を監視していたけど無理やり従わされてる雰囲気じゃないし血も吸われてないでしょ。ねえ四季君、
Oh,
あな
she's
た
calling her a
な
monster.
んであんな怪物と一緒にいるの？
She's calling Arcueid a monster, I guess. Which is weird, actually, because there's a pretty big fucking difference between an apostle and a true ancestor. Considering an apostle is like a transformed human being, and a true ancestor is something else. that the game won't tell us what a true ancestor is. I furrow my brow and swallow the words in my throat. It's not the way Noelle asked the question that bothers me. It's that she asked it at
お
all.
やだんまり。君は吸血鬼の仲間になりたいのかな。定番だけど永遠の命が欲しいとか。
The question catches me by surprise. I never even considered that, but I guess it would be a natural reason to seek out friendship with a vampire.
いや、でも
That isn't possible with Arcueid. I mean, she doesn't drink blood, and she doesn't create new allies or grant people abilities. That sort of offer wasn't even on the table.
違うの？ならどうして？
そんなの決まってる。自分たちが住んでいる町のために吸血鬼を駆り出す協力をしているだけです。
It's true, though. Like, it's really weird that they're like, she's a monster, and it's like, she's literally killing vampires. What the fuck are you people doing, whatever you're doing? Like, we're here to protect humans from vampires. How many vampires have you killed? And then again, maybe that's why we don't see a whole bunch of vampires running around. Like, because we, us and Arcueid keeps looking for more, and it's kind of weird how few we find. But maybe it's because the church are killing the low-ranking ones. I stare intently into her eyes. I'm not interested in going back in force against her, but I won't sit here and let her say whatever she wants about Arcueid and me. I tell her as much with my gaze alone.
そう。君が噛まれていたなら、そんなザレ言と一緒に手足ぶった切って置物にしてるところだけど。
Okay. I still don't know what getting bitten even means necessarily, so that's a weird thing. Also, are we just gonna ignore the fact that there's a whole bunch of blood on his chest? You'd think that would matter, but okay, whatever. I'm still confused why she'd be able to beat Shiki.
残念ながら、ただの人間には手出しできないものね。今のは聞かなかったことにしておくわ。
It's weird that she says, I'll pretend I didn't hear you say that. But then what I said was, I'm helping her because I want to protect my home from vampires. So I don't know what to say. Whatever. I guess I don't know. Noelle turns around and begins walking away. She seems unable to accept the idea of fighting on the same side as a vampire. But at least she's calmed down a little. Or maybe my answer just made her lose interest.
ああ、でも忠告。さっき最初から君を狙っていたと言ったけどね。あれ、もっと深い意味なの。
I mean, technically that should mean that they know where Arcueid is, maybe. Then again, that's weird. Like, Arcueid... so that's what was throwing me off. Because Arcueid would know if we're being followed. But, I don't know, the church is really, really good at not being noticed? I don't know.
この町に救った人は、数年以上前から根付いているわ。
The dead apostle we're looking for has been in Celia for years.
私の師匠の言うことには、審査のように昨日今日やってきたわけじゃないんだとか。吸血鬼は外から来るものばかりじゃない。案外身近なところにいて 何十年も前から潜伏しているケースのが多いの。それも町で一番力のある権力者の家にとかね。
Some can be far closer than you think, lying dormant. I wonder how a vampire would be dormant, considering everything we've learned about them is that they need constant amounts of blood. Sometimes they may reside within the walls of the most influential folk around. I mean, it makes it sound like there's a vampire inside of the mansion, but that seems unlikely. Right?
わかる？自分たちの町を守るとか言っていたけど、そんな曖昧なくくりじゃなくて、君は自分の身を守った方がいいってこと。
We don't know what she actually knows. She acts like she knows more than we do, but if she does, then she should tell us what she knows. But she doesn't.
それは
Yeah, what's that supposed to mean?
だってそうでしょ。
No, it's not.
さっきの不死は君を狙ってきたんですもの。吸血鬼を殺して回る神祖じゃなくて、ただの人間である。
Well, we know that he's after us because he knows that we're the one that killed his familiar. Because like that familiar, well, I don't know. I'm still confused why Arcueid is hurt in the first place. Because Arcueid, you know, yeah, we're seeing her be like really tired and stuff. Normally, that creature wouldn't have been able to beat Arcueid. That's why I was a little confused, because I thought, well, maybe that creature was specifically to fight Arcueid. But then Arcueid was acting like she'd seen something like that before, so it wasn't unique. And also, apparently, she would have been able to kill it. But then, but now she's saying that the vampire was targeting Shiki. I mean, yeah, she's not aware of the mystic eyes of death's perception. So that's whatever. But why didn't he try to kill Shiki before this? Also, well, yeah, we don't have any explanation about well, you just killed that vampire, didn't you? You know, it's very confusing. Again, did they create a clone of themselves or something? But then the clone was able to use the mystic eyes of death's perception on you? It's very confusing.
命があったらまた会いましょう。どうの四季君。
Yeah, I don't like how she acts like she's acting like she's a know-it-all, but she knows nothing. Okay, well, if there's somebody that I know, then you should tell me. And also, you're not even aware of the mystic eyes of death perception, which is lucky. That's the thing. It feels like the only reason why we didn't kill her is because the author was thinking, well, Shiki could have killed her, but then all he would do would be cut up the weapon, but then would hold back from actually killing her. Then she would be aware that he's more than a regular human, and then maybe that would make her capable of killing you, because she would be fine with killing you, but you wouldn't want to kill her. With that, the woman dressed like a nun walks away. As she does, she tosses her gaze to the street lamp. Maybe I'll jump up there and hop my way home all cool nope, not happening. As if I can make a jump like that without a running start. If I could, I wouldn't even be human. Her thoughts blatantly apparent, Noelle continues on down the road, massive pole arm in hand. She just sounds annoying. Hope I never see her again. I mumble, taken aback. As if uttering that comment took the last of my remaining strengths, my knees give out from under me and I slump against the wall. It's not unfathomable. I am cooperating with Arcueid after all. But that's not right. I don't know what the real reason is, but I have a feeling that isn't it. My vertigo returns with force now that my adrenaline has faded. With one hand against the wall for support, I make my way to the main gate. My chest hurts. I need to get to my room while I'm still conscious, before my body completely gives out on me. I can worry about the rest later. But the gate is much farther than I thought. As my headache begins to ease, tension abandons the rest of my body. My body's still up against the estate's outer wall. My back is still against Still up against the state's outer wall, I watch as I drift off to sleep. Yeah, you're doing a real good job, Shiki. Oops, fell asleep. Okay, that's not a good sign. All right. Pantser. Anyway, whatever, it's fine. I mean, if that Panther's real, shouldn't that kill me? Oh well. Don't worry about it. Death? What? Okay. Day 9 seems pretty intense. Maybe this is like an unavoidable death or something. White. The color pulls an old memory from the corners of my mind. Something I had long forgotten. Something I had no choice but to forget. Something that my father had ordered me to forget. Okay. Ordered. Mysterious backstories. It was a hot summer day. Huge fluffy clouds covered the blue sky. The air shimmers with heat, and the keening of cicadas eats at me. The cries of the cicadas. Screech, screech, screech. Screech, I don't like a screech anymore. It's so loud I wish I was dead. Cicada husks are scattered around. Or is it cicada? It's cicada. It feels as if the beating sun is right on top of us, burning, sizzling, scorching the clearing. A hot midsummer day. It's as if the world has warped into one massive frying pan. Theme of mysterious backstory. Sobbing, sobbing. Akiha is crying. The little girl who's always following after me is weeping into her hands. A child is on the ground. He lies deathly still. His white shirt stained a deep red, even though we see it's a green shirt and has barely any blood on it. I gaze down at them. My hands drip with that same blood. No, that's not right. My hands are soaked in its blood. The adults are here. Their faces contort as they realize what's transpired. How could this happen? They drag Akiha away. The other thing is dead. The other thing. Towering white clouds sail high above in the distance. Left alone, I gaze up vacantly at the summer sky. The adults are yelling. They're yelling the killer's name, my name, screaming the same two syllables over and over like they've lost their mind. Just 2 syllables. The adults call out Shiki as they bear down on me. My hands are drenched in blood. I still don't understand. Killing that which can be killed. Killing that which lives. What's wrong with that exactly? Ooh, dramatic. So I assume Hisui grabbed us. I opened my tightly shut eyes. My dreams were familiar somehow. Something I didn't fully understand. I'm in my room. I remember losing consciousness in front of the gate, but I don't recall how I got here. Remember all that weird stuff anyway. My mind is still sluggish. The events of last night come back to me in a scrambled mess. So many crazy things happen that I have trouble processing it all, but one part does stand out. Arcueid, I guess. I'm on the Arcueid route, so Arcueid, really, that girl. From ambushing me at school to us patrolling the town, she didn't give me a moment to rest. On top of that, we even broke into the zombie hideout where she made me watch that intense fight. None of this would have been conceivable for me a week ago, and her demands get more ridiculous with each passing day. A part of me just wants to tell her to cut me some slack. But she's not all bad. She's always looking out for me in her own clumsy way, and at least it's never dull with her around. I guess that's why I don't find myself complaining. She looked like she wanted my blood. The thing that worries me is that look she had. It must be because her wound is still causing her pain. I'll have to check that she's all healed up tonight. Well, time to get up and ignore everything that happened the previous night. I have other things to worry about. Time to get moving. It's 7:30. Wow, that's pretty far. Most days I'd be finished with breakfast by now. Usually she's standing there like a shadow on the wall, but I don't see her today. I'm just imagining it's been like 2 days. I bet she came to wake me up a few times, and when I wouldn't budge, she probably gave up and returned to her other duties. He's like, I'm only like 30 minutes late, and I'm just thinking, what if you're 24 hours late? A deep sigh escapes my lips. I'll be sure to take a nap before meeting up with Arcueid tonight. There's no point letting my thoughts linger over what happened last night. I can just talk it over with Arcueid later. And if I don't try to have a normal life during the day, at least I might go nuts. During the day, at least, I might go nuts. Alright, breakfast time. Honestly, I'm not really that hungry, but I could use the nutrients. Especially after last night. My body needs fuel to shake off the blood loss. Oh, look, I'm almost dead. Because, like, I keep ignoring big time shit. Like, actual fatigue. Serious use of the eyes. Mysterious blood loss from your mysterious chest wound. Let's ignore all that, you know. I'm sure you're ready for school today. Like, what the fuck are you thinking? I try lifting my body off the bed, only to find myself collapsing right back down. Like a tree felled for lumber. I stumble shoulder first onto the floor. I'm stuck here, unable to move my arms and legs. Thankfully, everything is so hazy that I've yet to panic. My body may be paralyzed, but I'm breathing normally. Must be the anemia again. I think dully as if it were happening to someone else. Anemia. Anyway. And just like that, I spend my morning on the floor, staring at the clock until Hisui comes to check on me just after 8. Wow. After 8. Sheesh. She waited a while. Probably should have checked on him like at 7:30 or 7:45. You abandoned me, Hisui. Abandoned. Yeah, no shit. I mean, I wish that he would ask her, like, Hisui, have you brought me from the front door to my room multiple times? Because I think she's the one doing it. Because who else would be doing it? Like, you know, I mean, it could be Kohaku, but it seems more likely Hisui. I'm lying on my bed with my back propped up against the headboard. If it weren't for Hisui, I'd still be planted on the floor. Yeah. I'm kind of fatigued. You know, kind of fatigued, paralyzed, whatever. I offer an awkward reassurance after Hisui's surprisingly harsh words. Hisui's reaction when she found me sure was something. When she first opened the door, she was frozen stiff for a few seconds. She then rushed over to help me, and with a face full of determination and purpose, she froze again for a solid minute. Flustered, she paced around the room for a few minutes before finally leaving to get Kohaku. Even though Hisui wasn't the one to physically pick me up, there's no questioning her commitment to my well-being. After that, Kohaku helped me to bed and made me some rice porridge, which brings us to now. The one silver lining to all of this is that Akiha has already left for school. If I had fallen 30 minutes earlier, she may have been late. Maybe if I'm lucky, this will be a short day. You know, the day that says death.
先生がいらっしゃいますの
Oh,
で、
yeah.
これを機にしっかりお体を見ていただくのはいかがでしょうか。
What a coincidence. So that oddball doctor's here too, huh? I really don't think I need to be examined, but I doubt Hisui will just let this go. I'll go to Kohaku. Actually, this is one where I don't even know what to do. You know, I think we're gonna go to Kohaku. I mean, I'm tempted to keep doing or Arach, Professor Arach, but I just don't know. I can't figure out anything about her, so I kind of want to go with Kohaku this time. I'll go with Kohaku. I'm sure it's just my anemia acting up from being so worn out. I'll see if she has anything to help with dizziness and eye strain, and maybe get some supplements too. Though I'd rather avoid having her look at my body. I'm scraped and bruised all over from last night's scuffle with Miss Noel, and on the off chance Kohaku found that I have internal bleeding or something, it turned into a whole debacle. Shiki, you lout, how did you get yourself injured like this? I can practically hear her scolding me.
もう指揮さんの一般兵
Red shirt? Oh, betrayal.
どこでこんなお怪我をこしらえてきたんです？お背中どんより赤いじゃないですか。
はい、すみません。反省してます。
I'd like to remind you that anemia, when you get hurt and you have anemia, that's also really, really bad. Also, it's weird that he keeps being like, it must be my anemia. It's like, you literally got hit by a weapon so hard that you got flung across the ground multiple feet. Any normal person would be, like, completely just in pain for at least a day. At least. Sure enough, it took all of a minute for a lecture to begin. Though I gotta wonder what she means by red shirt.
帰ってくるとき、通学路の坂道で転んじゃって。
Okay.
ドーンと五体投地みたいに。
それはお気の毒に。
I don't think I'm gonna pick Hisui or Kohaku next time.
湿布を用意しますので、しばらくそのままでお待ちください。あ、体温計で熱を測っておいていただけると助かります。
First aid kit in hand, Kohaku rises from her seat on the edge of the bed. She could have left it here, but I guess she's too much of a professional for that. I'm used to myself as I watch her exit the room.
ってぼんやりしすぎだろ。琥珀さん、救急箱を置いていっていいですよ。またすぐ戻ってくるんだし。
いえ、こちらはお気持ちを鎮めるものばかりなので、内見専用のものと持ち替えてまいります。それにほら、指揮さんのお部屋は片付いているので、使用人の私物で散らかしてしまうのは申し訳なくて。
そっか。でも俺の部屋のことは気にしなくていいですよ。別に綺麗好きってわけじゃないし。
そうなんですか？指揮さんのお部屋、とてもさっぱりしていらっしゃいますが。
I think it's just because he's not in here enough.
単に持ち物が少ないだけです。まあたまたまそうなってるだけですけど。
そういえば有馬のお家から届いたお荷物もお着替えだけでした。指揮さんの私物は他にないんですか？
うん、カバンに入れてきたものだけで十分。大事なものはここに来るときに全部持ってきた。
The first day here, I stuffed the contents of my bag into my desk drawers. If I ever end up getting kicked out, all I need to do is collect the things in there and I'm good to go.
ごめんなさい。私ったら有馬の家に預けられるとき、私物を牧久様に取り上げられたのですね。
That's interesting, because, yeah, I don't know. I mean, they were childhood things, though. So at the very most, they'd just be, like, toys. What else would there be?
いや、昔からそうだったんだ。欲しいものとかなかったから、親父にもねだらなかったし。ただ、 事故の前後のことはよく覚えていないから、その頃はどうだろう。
Yeah, see, he doesn't even have memories before he got in the accident. He mentioned like not having memories of the accident. Now we're slowly getting to the point where he doesn't even remember anything about his life before the accident. It's all very suspicious. My mind wanders back to my time alone in that hospital room. After days of no visitors and only the lines of death keeping me company, I decided to escape that hellhole. Thanks to that, I had the incredible fortune of meeting Master.
そういえば、病室から一度だけここに立ち寄った時のこともちょっとうろ覚えだな。
Oh, really?
親父の書斎に呼ばれたことだけは印象に残っているんだけど。
That's a new memory. I think that was when he said I wasn't fit to be heir to the Tono estate and disowned me.
きっと長い病院生活でお疲れだったのかと存じます。療養中は退屈ですし、一日の感覚も曖昧になっていたのでは？
そう思う。結局半年近く入院していたんだって。
What? Is this true?
体感的には1ヶ月ちょいだったんだけどな。
What? What? There was so much suspicious right now. 6 months? What? I don't think anybody is ever in the hospital for 6 months for any reason. Even 1 month is like a little questionable, depending on what exactly the problem is. 6 months sounds insane. 2 months, actually, like I don't think I've even heard of something of staying in a hospital more than 2 months, unless I'm trying to think what even. Like even if you got your leg amputated, I think you'd be out within a month. It's like, well, it's all covered up. Come back and meet us later, type of thing.
それはいいことですよ、四季さん。
6 months, what the heck?
病院とはいえ、個室に半年はなかなかにお辛い経験かと。ただでさえ遊びたい盛りの年頃だったのですから。
Kohaku was right. The reason my stay felt so short was thanks to all of the people who helped me. I wish I could thank the doctors who saved my life and the nurses who took care of me so kindly.
と、いけません。つい話し込んでしまいました。すぐに戻ってきますから、おとなしくしていてくださいましね。手当てが嫌だからってお出かけになられていたら、四季さんを気ままな猫ちゃんに認定です。
She smiles on her way out, a twinkle in her eyes shining brighter than any star. Okay, well, that'll be the last time I ask her for help. I mean, you get closer to Kohaku, but I feel like at least with Urok, something a little more interesting might happen. Yeah, Kohaku is just a little too basic. She might be the most basic character in the entire game, in fact. By far. It's afternoon now. After having a light lunch, I return to my room. Hisui urged me to get some rest today. Not that I have anything to do in the first place. Is there even anything to run into on the second floor? But the first floor isn't particularly interesting either. Second floor it is. After mulling over what to do, I decide to take my first walk around the estate in 7 years. I'll start with the second floor. The Tono, yeah, we know about the East and West Wing. East Wing contains Akia's office. Even further in, her private quarters. It's practically her Own little kingdom. And I'm a little hesitant to intrude, so I'll stick to the West Wing for today. Yeah. Maybe I read that in a different answer option. I make for the west hallway. The path to my right connects to the lobby. Continuing forward would take me into the heart of the West Wing, and of course my own room is directly behind me. Almost every room facing this hallway is empty. This would have been used by extended family members when my father was alive.
この先の行き止まりが確か
Makihisa Tono's study. Arcueid's words from last night lingered in my mind. It's not just you that's special. It's your lineage. That's absurd. But then again, she's not the type to assert something without good reason. Let's go! Fuck that guy. Akiha's at school. Kohaku's out shopping. And Hisui's cleaning on the first floor. I'm surprised you knew that. So what would have happened if I went to the first floor? Just talk to Hisui? I'm completely alone. Some might consider it taboo to snoop around a dead man's room. Not really. Not when it's literally your dad and somebody's got to do something about the room sooner or later. But this is my house too. Don't I have a right to know what's in there? Besides, what's the harm in taking a quick peek inside my dad's room? I mean, it might be locked though or something. Yeah. The door is locked. Take off my glasses. Slice through the line sitting on the lock. There's no going back now. After a quick check back down the hall once more to make sure nobody else is there, I venture in. What's with this room? It's pitch black. Even with the curtains closed, it shouldn't be this dark. I see some chains that look really funny. I grip around on the wall for a light switch before stopping myself. Turning on the light would only broadcast the fact that somebody's in here. No, not really at all. Not during broad daylight. I'm probably just being paranoid, but I end up opting for my phone's flashlight instead. So stupid that he said that. The interior is similar to Akiha's office. I suppose it's only been a month since he died, so it's not too surprising it's still like this. Even his bookshelf is the same as it was before he died. Which begs the question, why is it so dark in here? Because you didn't turn on the light. I shine my phone toward the window to see what's up with the curtains. Yeah, that's... Underneath the darkness, I find something you'd never expect in an ordinary room. A seal of some kind. None of this makes any sense, but it's hard to deny something when it's staring at you right in the face. In place of windows, I find a section of solid wall. It was this, not curtains, that was blocking out the light. I mean, I see curtains behind, but okay. A sixth set of iron bars has been mounted across the wall, as if to keep something out. Or perhaps to keep something trapped within. This looks really bad. I don't know what this darkness means, but I do know that I've stumbled upon something I never should have laid eyes on. Why? A cage of madness, that's what this is. What are you talking about? I have to get out of this room right away. Why? The others can't know I was here. Not Akiha, not Kohaku, not anybody. Why? If somebody found out, it'd probably damage our relationship beyond repair. Why? Literally, why? What the heck? I continue searching the room, my phone lighting the way. The bookcase also catches my eye, but I don't have time to rummage through it. I'll search Makihisa's desk first. That old man always kept things just so. If there's anything to find, I'm sure that's where I should look. He might have documents on Akiha for me, on Akiha, me, or the company hidden in one of his drawers. Probably not, but okay. First two drawers are unlocked, so I check them first. They're totally empty. The third drawer down, however, seems to require a key. I'm guessing this one hasn't been opened since my father died. I take off my glasses once again and kill the lock. What is this? Some kind of journal? Inside the last drawer are a bundle of old papers and a thick book. The papers look to be a Tono family tree. Okay. This is like a miracle that I even found this part of the route. Oh, first floor or second floor? Oh, go first floor and you talk to the maid and you have a pleasant time. Go second floor, find out deep dark secrets of your family's past that nobody knows about. What a dilemma. What should I do today? This must have been passed down from generation to generation. Bingo. Right below Makihisa Tono, I find Shiki Tono and Akiha Tono. Wait a second. Dad adopted a child 9 years ago? Oh, but it sounds like they died soon after from a disease.
けどすぐに病死しちゃってるな。
That's suspicious. Clearly clearly connected to that one child that was filled with blood and that memory. 9 years ago, I would have been 8. I may have been young, but it's pretty weird that I don't have a single memory of them. Didn't you earlier say you didn't have a single memory of anything before the accident, though? Like, what the heck? It's getting very confusing. Clearly, there's some translation issue, because early in the game, he was like, I remember everything since I was a child. Then the accident happened, and I don't remember that. And then there's everything afterwards that I remember. But then here, recently, they were like, oh, I don't remember my childhood too well. And it's like, what? That's not what you said earlier. Maybe it was the child of a mistress that was kept under wraps. But could the old man I know always know nonsense and by the book really do something like that? Never in a million years, even though we literally don't know anything about Shiki's mother. Don't worry about that. Okay, here's an idea. What if the mother cheated on the father and then the mother had another kid? But I don't know. I'm sure it's like, she died in childbirth, giving birth to Akiha or something.
うちの当主ってみんな短命なんだな。親父も50前に病死したわけだし、その前は30歳の時に事故死、その前は18歳で自殺して。
That is pretty crazy. Like, the dad died from an illness before reaching 50, though. Doesn't seem that crazy, but then you compared it to all the other stuff. Hang on a second. That's too weird to just be a coincidence. Oh, really? Oh, who'd imagine? I pore over the family tree. I didn't read it wrong. Everyone in the Tono family has died under mysterious circumstances. Everyone? Not just the heads of the Tono? Suicides, accidents, murders, unexplained disappearances. Not a single person on here died peacefully at the end of a long life. I don't know how else to explain it other than that they were cursed. The thing that sticks out most is that the majority of them took their own lives. Many killed themselves on the eve of their adulthood or soon after. This reminds me of like the eyes, because you know Shiki's mentioned that he would have killed himself by now. So it's like they would be overcome by the... But I mean, would it really be possible that there is a long line of people who have the mystic eyes of death's perception? It seems way too powerful. But then again, I guess if they're going crazy most of the time, then, you know, most people just don't see them anyway, right? Light fades from my vision. There's a sensation of blood pooling in the back of my head. Numbness is spreading through my arms and legs, and my breathing grows shallower with every second. My gaze drifts back to the journal, focusing in on it to ward off the rising feeling of vertigo and dread. I flip the page. This one's dated 2004. That's the same year the child Maki had adopted passed away in secret. My eyes dissect each word before moving on to the next. The writing is neat. It looks to be penned by my late father's meticulous hand. I feverishly read the page.
近代に移ってから生まれてくる子供にはのからの覚醒遺伝が
This entry is almost 10 years old. The ink has faded in places, making the words difficult to decipher, which is really stupid to say because in the grand scheme of things, literally everything in this book is old. Like, this is from 10 years ago, so it's faded. And it's like, there's probably stuff from like 30 or more years ago in this book. What are you talking about?
もちろん私も私の子供たちも例外ではない。秋葉には特に強見られる。我が子の未来を思うと悲しい。紹介された医師の話によると、
Oh, so he was only super strict to his children because he thought that would actually help them survive when they got older. Sure.
今夜も手術が必要だという。秋葉に教えることはできない。あの子は私を恨むだろう。
Everything is for the tono. Still, however, I am relieved. Despite her blood being Akiha is far more human than her brother. I wonder what that's supposed to mean. It's weird to say that one person's more human than the other in this bloodline. What is this? The Tono family is cursed. Latent genes, surgery for Akiha, and who is that last line about? Her brother. Her brother, her brother. The answer is obvious even though there's two brothers.
Konnichiwa, Shikiku.
Oh, hey, you. Get out, I'm busy. My stomach feels hot. The scar on my chest has gone numb plenty of times, but this is entirely new experience. An excruciating pain erupts from within, like my organs are being branded with an iron rod. Sensation begins slipping away from my toes. I slump against the desk, attempting to brace myself with my hands, but unable to maintain my grip. I fall to the ground and back.
その日記はまずい。何しろ、まだ検閲が済んでいない。君に見られる予定もない。
My mind drifts away. The man's voice is...
君にはもう少し、あの未熟な当主殿をかき回して欲しかったのだがね。どうやってかは知らないが、鍵を手に入れたのが君の不運ということだ。
It's so weird that this is just some normal random guy. By the time I notice, my breathing has long since ceased. The lines, once clear as day, are gone, as is my headache. Good. Of course, only now does it dawn on me. Those insufferable headaches were also a kind of salvation. I mean, how am I supposed to wake up without them? I don't know what that means. Shiki, whose body had lost its function long ago, drifts off into an eternal sleep. I feel like that would be a major situation if that happened. Like, I know the solution. I will kill Shiki. And it's like, how is he going to get away with that, though? Oh, I can't wait to hear this sentence. Oh no, you were learning actual information. How dare you learn information in this game that has all these mysteries? Why does a bird sing? Why does shrimp wiggle? Why does MC always try to go into locked rooms to gain secrets, to learn about the plot? Welcome back. Let's do it.
こんにちは。デッドエンドのなかった6、8日間、十分にお休みできましたか？
I mean, I feel like I could have had a dead end earlier, but right.
物語はいよいよ佳境。
Oh, is it?
ここからまた死亡ケースが多発しますので、賢明な
So be sure to consider your options carefully before making this decision, such as staying on the second floor is going to kill you.
今回のデッドエンドですが、
Stabbed from behind, huh?
ぐっさりですね。メガネともあろう男が油断しすぎだよね。それともあの包帯男見かけよりやるってこと？
Clearly not, because he didn't even know about my mystic eyes of death perception. He literally said, "Where'd you get that key?" And it's like, how did I not hear him walking over here? Shiki, a guy who can sense breathing from people from several dozens of feet away, didn't hear him walking, didn't hear him breathing, didn't sense him in the room or anything. Alright. I understand that you were absorbed in the room's weirdness, but you have to be a little more careful. Also, it's stupid because I thought we'd grab the book and then leave the room, but then we just stayed, and it's like, okay. Shut the fuck up. Not necessary, just grab the documents and leave.
ができるまでこの書斎の
Fuck you.
まさに SP。シエルは武闘派だからそういう単独であればできないことはありませんが、遠野くんのフォローをしながら潜入。
What? If she was alone, she could do it? Why would you be able to do it?
というのは確かに私向きではありませんね。いつか
It's probably just Hisui, I guess.
露骨にフラグを立てやがって。
Who's Sachin?
さあ、そこまではなんと少なくとも私たちの吸血鬼事件には関わりのない話でしょう。さて、今回の死因ははっきりしていますので。
I actually don't know the reason of my death at all. The reason for my death is that I went to the second floor, which I didn't even know that I was gonna be there to sneak into a room.
君子危うきに近寄らず、当の牧久氏の書斎は避けて安全な場所を選びま
Choose
しょう。
somewhere safe. My choice was the first floor or the second floor, not Makihisa's room or something else. You just don't really even explain that this guy's here. You know, it's funny because I did think that the guy was gonna be here. Hope I'm fine. I didn't save it. I just realized. It's probably fine. Oh, this is a good sign. Just gonna do the same thing. You know, here, I think I'm going to go to Araka, actually. Kohaku was just so pointless. It was ridiculous. Okay, Kohaku is probably busy with other work, so I'll see Professor Arak. I don't exactly trust her, but she is a professional. Scrapes and bruises should be right up her alley. Plus, I still don't know the extent of my injuries from my run-in with Miss Noel. It couldn't hurt to get looked at, just in case I have internal bleeding or something. I mean, we know that you have internal bleeding. You literally... whatever.
指名と聞いてやってきたけど、お客さん、悪いところは見当たらないわよ。腕の一本、目玉の一つでもいっちゃってるかと期待して飛んできたのに、これじゃ私欲求不満よ。あ、性的な意味もあるけど、主に知識欲の話ね。
Despite complaining the whole time, Arak takes a thorough look over my body. She checks the sound of my pulse and measures my heart rate. I also have her examine my legs, which have weighed on my mind since my fight with Vlav. Ultimately, she finds nothing wrong. Everything comes back well within the norm. With an over-dramatic pout, Professor Arak appears disappointed that there wasn't something more. Remember with Kohaku, there was a giant bruise on my entire back, but this doesn't even register for Arak. Placenta injection. That's fancy. Placenta, the stuff extracted from uterine tissue. I hear it's mostly used in cosmetics, but it can also act as a stimulant for recovery from fatigue. They say it even has anti-aging properties. What? What the fuck is Japan? What the fuck are you talking about? I've literally never heard of anybody ever. What? Great. One injection coming right up. Oh. Pill form. Now I'm even more confused. I seriously disagree with her choice of onomatopoeia. onomatopoeia. With my shot done, the checkup is over, except... Professor Rock makes no move to leave the room. Instead, she lingers behind, her eyes fixated on my body.
博士、何かまだ他に要件？
そうなの。診察中にチラッと見えちゃったから気になって。しきちゃん、ガバッと洋服脱いでくれる？
はあ？脱ぐって裸ですか？
そうそうそう。あ、ワッパになる必要はないわよ。私もまだトースちゃんに殺されたくないし。見たいのはしきちゃんの上半身。そちら、胸にすっごい傷跡があるんじゃな。
そっちですか。まあ、いいですけど。
I'm not wild about the idea, but there's no reason for me to say no. She's a doctor after all. I take off my shirt and sit on the bed.
いいじゃない。メープルでジューシーな感じ。いい腕してるって思ったけど、こうして全体として見るとそそるわ。冬ごもって穴蔵ライフになってもしきちゃん一人いれば食うに困らないわ、私。
She seems unable to contain her joy as she probes my arms, shoulders, arms, and stomach. Touched like this and given her full choice of dress, I find myself getting a little worked up.
胸の傷跡を見るんじゃないんですか？
おっと、そうだった。失敗失敗。なるほど。なんか使ったにせよ完全に塞がってるわ。貧弱なのに代謝機能は人並みというか、生き残りやすいというか。ああ、すっごく残念。しきちゃん何も引くものがないんだもの。これじゃあ私も足しようがないって感じ？
After a couple minutes, Professor Rock moves away from the bed, seemingly satisfied.
でもすっごい傷よね。普通の人間どころか映画に出てくる吸血鬼だって死んでるわよ。それ事故に遭った時はどのくらい痛かったのかしら。私想像するだけでドキドキしちゃう。
そうですか。何でもガラス片が降ってきて突き刺さったらしいです。
I wonder what it actually was, because I'm starting to question, like, how would it even be a piece of glass? It doesn't make sense. Yeah, so it's like a piece, but then this game is called A Piece of Blue Moon Glass, so it's like, well, glass, right? There's the glass, right? But then it's just not going to be glass or something. Flustered by her use of the word vampire, I explain something that doesn't need explaining.
あれ、覚えてないの？覚えてないのね。ならそれはまた別の話としましょう。しきちゃんはここに帰ってきちゃったんだもの。どうあがいてももう逃げられっこないんだし。
What did she just say?
なんてなんでもない、なんにもない。それじゃあ私はこれにて退場。またいつ
Anyway,
か
I think I'm
ラブのタイミングがあった時に会えるといいわね。
Professor Arak leaves, her heels clicking against the floor. Huh? Something about the way she walks, it reminds me of a spider skidding her after its prey. Okay. But okay, let's save. First floor instead, I guess. Well, you know what? Wait. Let me check something. Oh, crap. I want to see if the flowchart saved my death. Wait, there was an option? Let me just pick the other one. If I die, it's fine. Oh, so you can just pick really shouldn't. I shouldn't do anything too hasty. Arcueid's words still rest uneasy on my mind, but there's no guarantee I'll find what I'm looking for in the old man's study. That's a stupid reason not to check. What would I say to Kohaku or Hisui if they caught me snooping around? He's dead, and he has a lot to answer for. There is literally zero risk involved. They never said they'd kick me out of the house if I went into his study. There's a big difference between going in his study versus going in Akiha's study. Like, what the heck? I decided to walk around the first floor instead. I wonder if this is any different than picking the first floor option in the first place. I find myself squinting from the sunlight peeking through the windows. I might end up redoing this one, actually. Because technically right there he was like, ooh, I shouldn't go into his room. But maybe if I picked the first floor option first and went through all those options, then I'd be like, oh, maybe I should check the second floor. Oh, maybe I should go in the room. So we'll see. The lobby never ceases to amaze me. When I was little, I used to get in trouble all the time for exploring the mansion, which sounds fucking stupid. It seemed like a castle back then. I was so certain that if I looked hard enough, I would find some secret passageway into another world. That sense of adventure is gone now, though, along with my nagging father. They're all in the past.
懐かしいな。昔は屋敷の廊下を歩くだけでドキドキしたっけ。
7-year-old memories of it sneaking through the lobby begin to resurface. Spurred by those echoes of the past, I begin my stroll around the mansion. I head outside to the terrace. Strange as it is, I have a better recollection of the grounds than the mansion itself. I don't think that's weird. It's hard to fathom just how enormous the estate is. If the mansion itself is 10 times bigger than most houses, then the land beneath it must rival the size of an amusement park. To a 10-year-old like me, it must have seemed like a dreamland, a fantasy world that I could call my own. I mean, it's not dreamland when it's literally the only home you ever knew. So it was just your home, like a normal home. I'd spend the day roaming around, carving my name into the trees and the dirt. What? Okay. Akiha and I had a game where we'd see who could claim the most territory. We decided at one point that we controlled any area we carved our name on. From there, we set out to tag pretty much everything we could find. I feel like that could be a plot point later. Most of the time we spent together was actually out here in the garden. Though unlike me, she listened to Makihisa, so she could only play for 30 minutes a day. Even so, all she ever did was follow closely behind us, listening carefully to what we said. We said who. But once she got going, she'd run around, turning everything into a competition.
なんだ、あいつ、昔から今の性格の下地はあったんじゃないか。
Could it have been a facade, an act she was putting on in front of the old man? Still, even if that was true, she's changed too much. Or maybe I just didn't understand how long 7 years can be. Time passed and children grow up. Neither of us is who we were back then, if you say so, even though she literally said you're the same as you were back then. Okay.
Oh, あったあった。
There's a gazebo in the courtyard. At the base of one of the pillars, hidden from the sun's gaze, I find a name etched into the stone. I circle around the building, counting the names as I go. Shiki, Akiha, Shiki, Shiki, Shiki. It looks like this place was fought over 5 times. Most places are the same, with my name appearing a lot more than hers. Akiha was still a little girl. She probably just couldn't keep up with my boundless energy. Although it's not like I can go back and change what happened just because I feel bad about it now. Akiha has always hated losing. From the looks of this, I bet I made her shed quite a few tears.
そうか。案外この恨みを今になって晴らしてるのかもな、あいつ。
Akiha is the last person I'd expect to do that, but there is something incredibly adorable about the thought of it.
ああ、なんか俺もとことんバカ兄貴だ。
I chuckle wryly to myself before lifting my head. I've had some fun walking down memory lane. Maybe it's time I head back in. But before I turn to leave, Something catches my eye. I spy another marking scratched under the underside of the gazebo ceiling. Oh,
あんなところに
all the way up there. How did that carving get carved there? I doubt an adult could even reach that height, let alone a
なんだ
child.
ろう
And that's
俺の
my
名前
name.
だけど
From within the gazebo, I put my feet up on the handrail to get a better look. It's well hidden. Adults wouldn't be able to see it unless they crouched at the correct angle. There, lurking in a corner of the ceiling, beware your brother. What? I don't understand. Beware your brother. This isn't Akiha's handwriting, which would mean I wrote this. Because it's not like there's another brother. I mean, I guess he doesn't know about the other brother because it was in that room. A sudden sound draws my attention. Through the trees, I glimpse the brown and white of a maid's uniform.
あれ翡翠
She hasn't noticed me. For whatever reason, she continues further into the forest. Which reminds me, I think I vaguely remember that in the original game, the maids would have brown instead of black outfits. Pretty big difference. I don't know why they changed them.
なんで森に
All that's out there is more trees, so what could she possibly be doing? Curious, I decide to follow her for a bit. There's a path through the forest, though it hasn't been paved. They say these woods were once the main part of the Tono family estate. Originally, the land where the mansion and the garden stand was just the entranceway to this forest, but after the war, the head of the family decided to change things to how they are now. I proceed through the woods. The trees aren't too dense, but they seem to stretch on into infinity. Eventually, I spot a strange building.
あんな
Was this
建物
always here?
あったっけ
I half expect Hisui to go inside, but instead she walks in the opposite direction. Maybe it's some kind of temple or gathering hall. That's normal. A temple or gathering hall in the middle of the woods. Nothing crazy. I continue treading along. After about 10 minutes of walking, the labyrinth of trees comes to an abrupt end.
広場だ
A clearing. In the middle of the forest is an unnaturally open field. What could this place be? At the very least, I have no memory of it. If I hadn't told Hisui, I would have never known about this tiny patch of land buried deep in the forest.
こんなところあったかなあったなら学校の遊び場だけど
I have no recollection of playing in this clearing with Sakiha, at least. I don't think I do. I contemplate for a second before stepping into the clearing. There's not much out here. Hisui, who had been ahead of me this whole time, is nowhere to be
な
seen.
んだただの空き地じゃないか
The sun beats down harder in the center of the clearing. Even looking down, its glaring white rays overtake my vision. I wonder if it's because I've been in the shade for so long. It feels like the middle of summer. Glancing upward, I find huge fluffy clouds high in the sky. The air shimmers with heat, and the keening of cicadas eats at me. The cries of the cicadas. I don't know why I keep saying cicada instead of cicada. My consciousness sizzles. My knees buckle, thudding onto scalding sand and soil. Sand? What? I know this place. I may have forgotten, but I know it. The summer sun batters my forehead. The screams of cicadas echo in my ears. The smell of assaults my nostrils. At my feet lies a crumpled mass, dark and red. That was alive just moments ago. The wound on my chest flares like a knife. Splitting skin and flesh, this pain punctures through my chest. Seems important. A little important. The cicadas screech. They wail for it to stop. They cry for the dead. I hear more screeching. Of cicadas? Even though it's already autumn. Looking up, I feel the summer sun pierce my eyes. The tepid air makes me feel sick. I'm besieged by the sights and sounds of empty shells. The husk of a cicada lies at my feet, a husk that was once a human. The wound splits open. A deluge of red spills out of my chest, coating my hands in a glistening crimson. I glimpse the silhouette of a figure slumped over, followed by the sound of a young girl's footsteps rushing towards it. Towering clouds sail high above in the distance, beneath a blue sky. Creatures have cast off the shell of this mortal coil. By the time I realize what's happening, I see Akiha bloodied and crying. So was the other brother also called Cheeky? That'd be weird. I'm in hell. The shrill of the cicada threatens to pierce my eardrums like a needle. What is this? My chest stings. I think I'm going to be sick. My wound should have closed a long time ago. Why does it hurt so bad now? It feels busted. Unimpeded, a red fluid begins to flow. What's happening? My wound hasn't healed at all. It hurts. I'm scared. This is the impulse of death. Imagine if he died. My consciousness plummets. Pus blooms where my wound tears open. My mind regresses, smothered by illusions of summer. It feels like my soul is escaping. I hear the soft thud of my body hitting the grass. Imagine if he dies from this. It'd be so funny. I can hear people talking.
Akiha-sama, お医者様をお呼びしないのですか?
This is also especially funny since I literally talked to Dr. Arash right before this.
バカなことは言わないで翡翠。呼べるわけがないでしょ。兄さんの傷は普通の傷じゃないんだから。
Akiha and Hisui are speaking. This is Shiki's room. I'm sleeping on the bed. My senses are finally back. I try to push myself up and break the tension with a greeting, but my body won't listen to my brain's commands. Though the pain in my chest is gone, my entire body feels like lead. Looks like my mouth and eyes are the only things I've got control over.
一体どういうつもりなの翡翠。兄さんはあの場所に近づけてはいけないって。あなたも知っているでしょうに。申し訳ありません。謝って済む問題じゃないわ。あなたを兄さん付きの使用人にしたのはこういう事態を避けるためでしょ。
To avoid him going into a random field in the back of the property?
それを忘れてあなたは何をやっていたっていうのよ。
Akiha is seizing mad. This might be the most emotion I've ever seen from her. Hisui, head bowed, simply receives her scolding. I don't know what led to all this. All I can tell is that Hisui is getting yelled at because of me.
ほら、口にしてもらえないかしら翡翠。あなたは今日一日どこで何をしていたのかを。この人が朝に倒れたことも報告せず、天津さえあの森に行かせてしまった。これは明確な意図があってのことよね。そうでなければ犬以下の頭だもの。
Now imagine if I actually had died in Makihisa's study.
答えなさい翡翠。あなたも私に逆らうつもりなの？
Hisui maintains her silence. The air in the room grows heavier with every breath. Akiha bites her lip and takes a step forward. It's obvious to me that she's going to strike her. Hisui continues to look down at the floor, ready to accept her punishment.
ちょっと待て、アキハ。
兄さん、気がついたんですか？
ああ、アキハがあんまりにうるさいんで今目が覚めた。
Akiha looks away, visibly uncomfortable. Like, how about don't scream in somebody's room when they're trying to rest? Hisui, meanwhile, has her eyes to the floor and won't even look in my direction.
あのさ、 あんまり翡翠に当たるなよ。事情は知らないけど、俺が倒れたことで揉めてるんだろう。なら翡翠に責任はない。こんなの俺が勝手に倒れただけなんだから。
Urging strength into my arms, I lift myself up into a sitting position. That simple motion takes all the energy I have. At this point, I don't think I could lift a finger. But for Heisui's sake, I need to pretend like I'm okay.
まったく、お前も俺のことなんかで喧嘩するな。大人びたように見えてまだ子供なんだな。
でも兄さんはあれからずっと気を失っていたんですよ。10時間以上も昏睡しているなんて今までなかったはずです。
10 hours.
もし兄さんがあのまま目が覚めなかったら私はどうすればいいんですか？
バカ、縁起でもないこと言わないでくれ。こんなのはただの貧血って。なんだ、もう10時を回ってるのか。
Oh no, it's past 10.
はい。ですから兄さんはお昼から今までずっと気を失っていたんです。
Akiha's tone is reserved. This is major. Okay, wait a second. I gotta stop here. I need to go check what the freaking alternative to this is. I'm pretty sure the other choice is just gonna bring me back right to where I am right now. This feels way too major to just be an actual choice. Let's see, we'll see. Yeah, we're gonna go back to here. Yeah, it's fine. I can just come back. Yeah, walk around the state, around the courtyard. Seems the same to me so far. So I'm actually a little more interested in the first choice I picked anyway, because at least that's like, hey, that suspicious room. Oh, we'll not think about that, you know. So like it feels like more of a possibility that you might come back to it. Whereas everything else is just the same here, right? From what I can tell. What a weird...
あいつ、昔から今の性格の下地はあったんじゃないか。
秋葉様、お医者様をお呼びしない。バカなことは言わないで翡翠。呼べ
Okay,
る
so
わ
at
け
least
が
I
ないで
got
しょ。
the other ending.
兄さんの傷は
Whatever that's worth.
普通の傷じゃないんだから。
Yeah, these are a lot of meaningless options, aren't they? Yeah, it reminds me of this one, too. Take a defensive stance. Treat her like an enemy. Oh, man, it's going to be the same thing. Yeah, actually, what was the difference right here, actually? Yeah, lying would be a bad idea. Yeah, this must be pointless. And then this is just basic information, mostly. Yeah. I have to go to the bathroom again. Tea. I drank so much tea, guys. Okay, I'll be right back. hopefully I'm near the end of the game, or this chapter, I should say. I mean, yeah, we just skipped 10 hours. Like, that was not what I was expecting at all. Okay, let's go. Akiha's tone is reserved, but it's not my health I'm worried about. It's my promise to Arcueid. 10 o'clock, and don't you dare be late, or else I'll come get you. She looked like she really meant that last part. I can only imagine what she'll put me through if I'm late again. I assume you're not saying this out loud? Can he even move? Oh, I gotta go, Akiha. Like, are you insane? It's not happening.
そちらこそバカなことは私兄さんが毎夜どこに行くかなんてもう聞きませんからどうか
Yeah, see, she's letting you do what you want.
ご自分の体を大事にしてあげてください
Yeah, like she it's really funny that he's just like, oh, she's so strict and blah blah blah, and it's like we clearly see it's a facade, like ridiculously. Like she's just like, I don't even give a fuck what you're doing. Just please don't die. It's too easy to die in this family. She's genuinely pleading with me. Yeah, no shit. You're fucking on Dessa's door and you're just like, whatever. Seeing her this worried, I can feel my determination start to waver. Shut the fuck up, you! Yeah, you know, pass out twice a day, whatever. Then he's just like, no. Dun, 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 dun. So based. Akiha peers into me, anxiously waiting my response. Ooh, this feels major. I mean, Arcueid's just gonna meet us later anyway, right? Is it that much of a betrayal to do as Akiha says? I mean, also, let's be serious. The bigger thing is that even if you went to Arcueid, you shouldn't be doing anything anyway, because you're just barely, like, whatever. Okay, whatever. We're gonna do what Akiha says, because I shouldn't be fighting anyway. Acting like this is normal is just stupid. I guess I've got no choice. If I keep going against her wishes, I feel like I'll just make her cry. I'm not being dedicated to Arcueid enough. It's like, aren't I like close to death? I lie back down. You won't try to sleep?
部屋を抜け出したりするのもなしですよ。
しないよ。実を言うと、体がまだ重いんだ。秋葉の目を盗んで外に出るなんて、とてもできそうにない。
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Akiha lowers her shoulders, obviously relieved.
翡翠、琥珀に兄さんが目を覚ましたことを伝えに行って。兄さん、夕食はどうしますか？
そっか。いや、琥珀さんには悪いけど、食べられそうにない。今夜はこのまま眠らせてくれ。
If you keep track of all these meals that he has, it's disturbing. By the way, so he suffered last night greatly, barely got up in the morning, definitely didn't have any dinner, or I mean breakfast, then got up around lunch. You'd think, oh, he's gonna go eat lunch, right? No. He goes wandering and then collapses for 10 hours. Totally sounds like somebody who doesn't need food. To be fair, I guess I did get food the previous night, but yeah, sheesh.
わかりました。翡翠、琥珀にそう伝えてきて。
Well then, now that I'm lying down, my fatigue sets in again. No kidding. Lulling me towards a deep slumber. Yeah, it totally sounds like I should have went to Arcueid, doesn't it? I've probably got a minute at best before I fall back asleep. But before I do...
うちの庭にあんな場所あったっけ？
ええ、私たちが子供の頃よく遊んだ場所です。
そっか。なんだかよく覚えてないな。
Yeah, I'd totally forgotten it, in fact.
それともう一つ変なことを聞くんだけど。
Did we have another brother?
その子供の頃さ、俺と
No.
秋葉と
No,
もう
Nissan.
一人ぐらい子供がいたとかいう話は知らないか？
は？
Akiha tilts her head in confusion. That's a reasonable response. Of course there wasn't anyone else. But if there wasn't, then something doesn't add up. What I saw in my dream, and the dream I had in the clearing, if they're the same, there has to have been another child. A child who was killed. Otherwise...
いや、なんでもない。ただの夢の話だ。
Normally you would think that that was yourself, but I guess if it doesn't look like Shiki, then...
そうですか。ではおやすみなさい、兄さん。
Nissan.
今夜はゆっくり休んでください。
ああ、そうする。
Oh yes, I will. Good night, Nissan. Good night. My consciousness is cut off the moment I respond. The tightening I feel in my chest each time I go to sleep isn't there tonight. It's like a switch has been flipped in my mind. As if to escape from all that's happened today, Shiki Tono sinks deep into a dark abyss. Dun, dun, dun. I finally did it, guys. I finally caught up. I finally did 2 days in one stream. Though, to be fair, I mean... Yeah, this was a short day. I was hoping that he'd be recovering mostly. So it worked out pretty well. I guess I'll just do this one. Blood Red Moon. And exactly at midnight, too. And as cool as this whole scene is, that I feel sleepy and I go to a different day and it's exactly midnight when I did this save, I still want to go and check out that other option, Blood Red Moon. But no, I want to check out the other option here. Like, what happens if you go to Arcueid? This feels major. If it can be done, which I don't believe it can be done. Like, let me see this. What the heck happens? I'm glad that our Akiha's worried about me, but I can't break my promise to Arcueid. Okay. I lower my torso back down on the bed.
本当ですか？後になって部屋を抜け出したりするのもなしですよ。
あのな、こんな体で
So pretty much says the same thing.
外に出られると思うか？
言われてみればそうですね。
Akiha lowers her shoulders, obviously relieved.
翡翠、琥珀に兄さん。
Yeah, dinner, no.
ああ、でも飲み物くらいなら通るから。
Drink something though. If you have some vegetable juice, that would be great. Oh, so he actually does need energy,
わかり
sort
ま
of.
した。かしこまりました。野菜ジュース。
Vegetable juice, one blend of.
トマト。
Yep. Okay.
キャベツ。赤ピン。
Huh? I'm not familiar with that recipe. Maybe it's a Kohaku special? Chinese cabbage, red bell pepper, plum, and more.
では私も退出します。何かありましたら。
I'll hurry to your side no matter the hour.
何時だろうとすぐに駆けつけます。
Akiha exits room, turns light off.
すまない、アキハ。
I whisper as I rouse myself from bed. Light is off, but my vision flickers between black and white. Simply standing up is enough to sap my consciousness away. This is far from my no. Yeah, no, really? Oh, really? Even so, I have to get to the park. It's oh man, who knows how many hours she'll waste waiting if I don't. Oh, I gotta go. Oh, carry me to my desk. Oh man, this is going well. Take my knife from my drawer, put it in my jacket. Oh man, better get to her. Yeah, ooh, gotta hurry. Just like, yeah, this is about right. I really don't think I'll be able to sneak out like this. I need to rest until I can at least run, unless I want to be caught by Hisui and sent back to my room. So much for my promise. I'm going to be even later than yesterday, and Arcueid will give me another earful. Though maybe that won't be so bad. Plop onto the floor. So when's the vegetable juice coming? That's what I was confused about. 1 hour. If I rest for just 1 hour, I should at least be able to walk. Based on no info, you know, based on nothing. That's what we're saying. Oh! No, well, what's gonna happen here? Are you for real? Are you for real? He actually made it? Oh my gosh. I arrive at the park just before midnight. I'm strong enough to shuffle along, but my snail's pace added an extra hour to the trip. Shoulders heaving, I do a quick sweep of the area. I'm here, Arcueid. I'm here. I'm about to die, but I'm here for you. I'm here for you. At the rest area where we usually meet, I spot her, a white silhouette standing starkly against the shadowed park. So she was waiting. Arcueid seems to have noticed me. She walks straight to me, her boots tapping against the ground. Jerk.
来てくれたからいいけど、2時間もオーバーした理由をたっぷり。
Cause I'm about to fucking die. Arcueid cuts herself short the second she sees my face.
ちょっと、どうしたの、シキ?
What the fuck, man? Yeah, oh, I'm still in the middle of it, okay.
顔は真っ青だし、正気も全然感じられないし。もしかして、先に医者探しをしてきちゃった?
Nah, just totally normal anemia. No big deal.
どんな冒険野郎だよ、俺は。
I mean, you did go to that hospital in the middle of the day.
そんなんじゃなくて、ちょっと貧血気味なんだ。
Totally normal anemia.
時々こういう風になるから。
Totally common.
そう驚かなくていい。
Don't get worked up, even if I look like I'm about to die.
それより、ごめんな。2時間も待たせちまって。できるだけ早く来たつもりなんだけど。
I mean, that says it all, doesn't it? Oh man, I came as fast as I could. So late, it's insane. Also, I'd like to remind you, this is a place that apparently he can walk to in 10 minutes, and it took him an hour. Now, maybe he had to run for the 10 minutes, maybe. But still, like, what the fuck?
私は別に気にしてないけど。さっきまでずっとなんで遅れてるんだろうって考えていたけど、本当わかんない。そんな体で出てくるなんて変だよ、シキ。
This does feel like the most romantic thing ever. Oh, I risked my life to keep my promise to you. You know, like, okay.
だって約束だろ。アルクエイドの手伝いをするって言ったんだから。それにほら、昨日のこともあるし。お前を一人にしていたら、それこそどんな事件が追加されるか。
それは嬉しいけど、後半のは余計だけど。やっぱりおかしい。こんなのいくらなんでもひどすぎる。
ひどいって何が？
そういう全然自分の体を分かってないところ。人間の命は不安定なものだけど、四季はその揺れ幅が大きすぎる。塔の四季は普段からとても死に近いところに立っている。それが直視の魔眼の反動か、今日までの運命の代償かはわからないけど、波のように生と死の境界を行き来している。 だからあなたの貧血とやらは前も大丈夫だったから今回も大丈夫なんていうものじゃない。
Yeah, her saying that also reminds me of his lineage. He's always on the boundary between life and death. So it's like, well, some of his line, they die super quickly, but then maybe Makihisa. Well, I don't know though. Makihisa clearly didn't have the eyes though. I would say, so I think it jumped the line, like they said, it jumped over him. But then he just dies of like natural causes basically. But then the other ones, yeah, died at 30 in an accident, just coincidentally, right?
いい意識。あなたは外的要因の死には抵抗がある。きっと一度そういった要因の臨死を体験したからでしょうね。
I feel like this really matters that they're showing his face
け
here.
どその反面、内的要因の死には抵抗力がまるでない。
Oh, I don't know what that means. I mean, disease maybe? But somebody's died from an accident. So I don't know.
頻繁に貧血で倒れるのは体が行っている防護策なのよ、きっと。人間は内側の異常には気づけないけど、あなたの体はそれを本能的に感知している。これ以上は取り返しがつかなくなるという時、今の貧血だって本来なら死んでいてもおかしくない男性のはず。覚醒できたのはたまたま運が良かったからと思いなさい。
I hope that he mentions that he ran into the church. I wouldn't quite say the scales have fallen from my eyes, but her explanation tracks. I nod along. I don't know what it means when he says I wouldn't quite say the scales have fallen from my eyes. I've always thought of my anemia as my body doing the equivalent of a forced shutdown on a computer, but I guess you can look at it the opposite way too. As Arcueid would have it, my anemia isn't a symptom of my weak constitution. It's more like a breaker tripping before my circuits get completely fried.
なんか大げさな物言いだけど。
That's the opposite of what you just literally had in your mind. But let me get this straight.
つまり貧血になってる時は指先一つでコロッと行きやすいってこと？
I think back to every miserable morning these past 7 years.
もう私は本気で忠告してるの。でも来てくれてありがとう。今夜はもう帰ってゆっくり体を休めなさい。
Without warning, she draws in close. She must really be worried to approach me so vulnerably. How she's being vulnerable. Arcueid's chest presses against mine before I can pull back, and then she like jumps with me, I assume. Yep, back to my to the mansion. A dizziness wholly unlike the kind I'm used to pervades my mind. I've tried to ignore it, but right now I'm all too aware of the softness of her chest, of her porcelain skin, of her hair, golden and smoother than silk. Her captivating charms assault my senses.
ごめん、アルク。
Sorry, Arcueid.
ちょっと離れてくれ。
何よ、私の言葉は信用できないっていうの？吸血鬼だから？
何今さらそんなこと言ってるんだ。アルクエイドのことを信じないわけがないだろう。
嘘。じゃあなんで視線をそらしているの？
I just also realized how it's funny that in the story, it's a little past midnight, and in real life right now for me, it's a little past midnight. So that's funny.
だからあくまで俺の個人的な理由でちょっと離れてほしい。そう近くに来られると俺も男だから。
This definitely feels canon. Actually, let's go look at the flowchart real quick. Nope, still on that route. Alright. We're picking. This one's gonna be my official choice. Assuming I don't die. We're trying to do the true Arcueid route. I don't know how many endings there are. I would assume there's just one route or the other and that's it. But there's a lot of these trust questions going on that makes me think maybe there's a true ending. For the time being, I've escaped one of the sources of my dizziness. 2 was absolute torture.
とにかくアルクエイドに心配してもらうほどじゃない。だいたい昨日の夜みたいに襲われたら 今度こそ殺されるかもしれないんだから、こっちも休んではいられないんだよ。
待って、どういうこと？
Yeah, you're actually gonna explain it, huh?
だから屋敷に帰るときにって、そうか、まずこれを報告しないと。
So I almost got assassinated twice, back to back. It's like, and this actually matters a lot though too, because like this means that she's getting this information a day earlier. You would think that would matter. You would think.
アルクエイド、俺昨日の夜に死者に襲われた。俺が一人で屋敷に戻るところ待ち構えていたんだと思う。
Arcueid's expression grows stern because she literally was about to send you home, where you could have been attacked again.
信じられない。どうしてそんな大事なことを忘れていられるのよ、あなたは。
面目ない。でもほら、死ななきゃ安いというか。
I didn't die though, did I?
バカ、そんなだから心配してるの、私は。
At this point, I can't help it. Each and every day, there's some new, stranger thing going on. Ooh.
まあいいわ。それより詳しい話を聞かせて。
Arcueid stares at me, her fierce gaze demanding an explanation. I calm myself down and try to explain the attack in as much detail as possible, though I leave out the part about my shrouded assailant being able to see my lines of death. Why? I don't have any conclusive proof, so it could have just been my imagination, even though that sounds like bullshit. I'm not going to tell her that somebody else might have these eyes that could possibly target her.
というわけなんだけど。
After catching her up, I peek at Arcueid to gauge her reaction. From start to finish, her eyes remained focused, her brow knit in consternation.
どうなんだ、アルクエイド。真っ黒い死者とシスター服の女はお前の敵なのか？
そうね。両方とも私の敵よ。その死者は何者だか知らないけど、修道服を着た女のことなら見当はつく。シキを助けたやつは私と顔見知りかもしれない。確かにあの女なら私より先に敵を見つけ出せるわ。
Really? The church is that good at finding people? Arcueid bites her lip in frustration. Her irritation is verging on rage.
アルクエイド、俺を助けてくれたシスターはお前が前に言っていた。
ええ、教会の異端狩りよ。シキを助けたやつはそこで一番厄介な部署の代行者。けどおかしいな。埋葬機関がこんなに早く代行者を送ってくるはずはないんだけど。
That's kind of weird to say that. But it is weird, since there's multiple church officials in this city.
そんなことより、シキはどうして戦ったりしたの？私に協力してくれるって言ったけど、一人で戦うとは言わなかったの。
Arcueid turns her glare towards me. Wow, she's actually worried for me.
ああ、もうすっごく損した気分。私に内緒でそんな楽しそうなことするなんて。活躍のチャンス逃しちゃったじゃない。
Or maybe not.
聞いていいか？さっきまでの深刻な空気はどこに？
本気で怒ってるの？せっかくシキと一緒に戦えると思ったのに。
It may not be appropriate right now, but it makes me happy that she feels that way.
あのな、一人でやり合うことになったのは成り行きだよ、成り行き。俺はお前抜きで吸血鬼と戦う気はないんだから。
ふん、成り行きってどんな？
世間一般で言うところの正義感なのかもしれない。今は
正義感？
She tilts her head like I was just spouted gibberish. Oh boy. Ultimately, it probably is. Yesterday made me realize there's no greater, higher calling to it all. When it happened, when I saw that silhouette in front of me, all I felt was fear. As I realized how abnormal my opponent was, I was shaken to my core. I then took out my knife and we began our duel to the death. My morality tells me that people shouldn't kill each other. My self-preservation instinct, the desire not to die, isn't helping either. After all, someone else's death isn't inherently relevant to my own. In this life-or-death situation, cold logic serves me best. If I kill him, I'll survive. If I don't, I'm dead. It's a conclusion to end all conclusions. Motivation and certainty are all that drive me now. Ignore that one dream, though.
いや、なんでもない。ほら、一段落ついたところで始めようぜ。せっかく来たんだから、街を徘徊してる死者の一人でも見つけ出さないともったいない。
あのね、本気で怒るわよ、シキ。
Yeah, no.
それとこれは話が別。ちゃんと休んでって言ったでしょ。
Literally said that the reason why you're feeling this way is because you're about to die.
死者の食堂もあらかた片付けたところだし、今夜は様子を見て明日に備えましょう。
Arcueid's grim expression leaves no room for rebuttal. When she says it that firmly, I've got no choice but to agree with her. It's not like I'd be able to search for vampires alone in the first place. Yeah, wait, so why did she was touching him? I thought she was like hugging him and then gonna like bring him to the mansion. But then it turned out, I don't know if she actually hugged him. Wait. Let me see. It was a while ago. That's why I'm like confused. Without warning, she draws in close. She must be really worried to approach me so vulnerably. Arcueid's chest presses against mine before I can pull back. Thump. A dizziness wholly unlike. Tried to ignore it. So she just walked right up to him and then just pressed her breasts against him, and that's it? Oh, silly me, thinking, oh, maybe she was hugging him or something, or gonna grab him and then bring him to the mansion. No. What she did was walk toward him, and then her boobs accidentally just, like, pressed against him, as they do sometimes, right? Just sometimes that happens, right? It's not like I'd be able to search for vampires alone in the first place.
わかった。アルクエイドがそこまで言うんなら、今夜はおとなしく休む。
素直でよろしい。シキは夕べ襲われただけじゃなくて、そんなに体が弱っているんだもの。今晩はぐっすり眠って、明日までにはいつもの式に戻ってもらわないと、私が困るわ。
Yeah, that's what I thought.
ああ、そうか。協力者が足手まといになってたら話にならない。
Obviously.
OK。
Oops.
OK。明日までには体力を回復させておく。
Sure.
そういう意味じゃないんだけどな。
Arcueid seems dissatisfied. I don't know if I'll ever understand how she thinks.
じゃあ、屋敷に戻るよ。また明日な、アルクエイド。
Is she really gonna let me walk home alone? I wave as I turn to leave.
ねえ、シキ。
I turn back to face her.
なんだよ。まだ何かあるのか。
どうしてもって言うならなんだけど、私、送っていこうか？
I would hope so. Arcueid averts her gaze, her voice unsure. It seems that after what happened last night, she's concerned for me in her own way. Knowing that, the offer really doesn't sound too bad, and yet...
いや、やめとく。屋敷の周りでお前といるところを誰かに見られたら、それこそ明日の朝が怖い。
I guess that's kind of true, maybe?
大丈夫。もう一人で歩けるし。こんなの、お前が心配する筋合いでもないしな。
I mean, the only person who would see him by the mansion at this time of night, though, would only be that the church. Or the police, I guess. Maybe the police. For the slightest moment, Arcueid casts her eyes downward before looking up again.
それじゃ、また明日ね。
The vampire in white waves goodbye before vanishing into the night. Then imagine it. Oh yeah, I was gonna say like imagine if I die at this point. Like that'd be so crazy. Canon event. It took me an extra 23 minutes to talk to Arcueid. Well, technically 2 hours and 23 minutes, but don't worry about that part. Don't worry about the part. Wait, waning moon. Wait, was that the same malfunction? Load threshold exceeded. What is fucking happening? Wait. Oh, okay, these are different, right? Moon, yeah, because this is waning moon. Wait, sorry. This is waning moon. And the other one was a different moon thing. Waxing moon? Maybe? Every conclusion has its cause, but such truths will forever elude those ignorant of their own pasts. Yeah. Yeah, weird. I wonder what the difference in these roots are. I mean, at this point, I definitely have to rely on Arcueid way more. But what's going on here was load threshold exceeded. A broken vessel cannot be mended. Broken tableware serves no use. It's unsightly, so it's better hidden at the back of the shelf. This is unnerving. Okay, well that's the end of this stream. I don't know what's going on, but we'll find out next time. But yeah, from now on, I'm going to try to have each part be a day. The reason why things got thrown off was because part 1 was a prologue. So, yeah. Now, normally, again, there's been multiple streams where it's like, what, 1 hour or 1 to 2 hours or whatever. So, like, it's easy to do 2 days sometimes. It's just, it almost always turns out that I don't have enough time and stuff. But yeah, heck, this is only a 4-hour stream, and this is the bare minimum of what I prefer streams to be at. But, I don't know. Something's always holding me back. But yeah, hopefully we get to the end of the game soon. I'd be surprised if there was more than 12 days. I think there's only going to be 12 days at most. And I don't even know if the 12th day would be the final fight or it'd be the 11th day or something. We'll see. Maybe I'll have to go back though. That's the weird part, because this one was saying this is just a waning moon, but then the other one was part 1, part 2 of the waxing moon or whatever the heck it was. So that's weird. Hopefully this doesn't lead to like a dead end or something. I guess we'll see. I might go back and do some of these other ones, but I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I'd prefer just to, if I have any free time, just to go and immediately start streaming. That's a big difference. Right there. Right there. I'll have to look into that. I mean, this one was talk to Arcueid more. But then the other one was just go home or something. I don't know. But yeah, I'll try to do some of these a little off stream, but we'll see how it turns out. I mean, I won't like change my route. I'll still pick these. I still feel like this is, I mean, clearly something special is going on. Though I suppose technically this route that I'm on is just because of this one decision right here, so. But one is clearly care about Akiha or care about Arcueid. And that's all there is to it, right? Well, we're almost there. Yeah, see you guys next time.